Chapter 469. David was not a good scout. A good scout needed to have a good understanding of the environment so that they could use the environment to cover their movements. A scout like David, who was extremely unfamiliar with the environment and could only rely on the map on his helmet, was not a good scout at all. However, he had a talent that no scout had. The shadow attendant could overlook the area he was in from 40 meters in the air. The team stopped 10 kilometers away. In front of them was the territory of the giant pincer, flaming worms. According to the mission brief shared by the Buffington Transcendent, there were 2 giant pincer flaming worms here. Although the larvae of the Zerg could change their genes and grow into any type of Zerg, the larvae of the Zerg could not be changed. However, advanced insectoids were rarely produced through larvae to change their genes. This was because the possibility of a larvae's innate talent meeting the requirements of an advanced insectoid's mutation was too low. Many high-level Zergs would naturally give birth to larvae. These larvae were born with high-level Zerg genes. As long as they did not die prematurely, they would definitely grow into a high-level Zerg. That was why there were 2 giant pincer flaming beetles living together. Such a phenomenon was very rare. Rank 3 insectoids had a very strong sense of territory. Only when 2 rank 3 insectoids of different genders had the goal of breeding the next generation together would such a situation occur. David's mind was focused on the shadow attendant in the sky. He could not see the 2 giant pincer flaming worms through the shadow attendant's eyes. This was a hill. This was the location of the giant pincer flaming worm nest marked on the map. Due to the presence of the giant pincer flaming worm, there were only some level 1 Zergs around. There were no level 2 Zergs around. Level 1 Zergs had very low intelligence. Many of them even relied on their instincts to move. Therefore, as long as the high-level Zergs did not pose a threat to them, they would not leave this place. However, level 2 Zergs were different. Most of them had a certain level of intelligence and did not dare to get too close to level 3 Zergs. In the territory of the level 3 Zergs, level 2 Zergs would only move in areas far away from the level 3 Zergs' nests. David had killed a giant pincer flaming worm before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. However, the giant pincer flaming worm he killed back then was also killed together with the Transcendent. Just as he moved, the shadow attendant noticed a hunter mantis approaching. Since he had chosen a good position, the hunter mantis did not notice him. It seemed that the hunter mantis had unintentionally passed by here. David could not let the hunter mantis ruin his investigation. Once the 2 giant pincer flaming beetles were alerted, he would be in big trouble. The hunter mantis jumped over a rock, and before it could land on the ground, a level 3 heavy axe was swung at it. The speed of the level 3 heavy axe was too fast, and its appearance was also very sudden. Until the hunter mantis head was chopped off, the hunter mantis didn't even have time to make a sound before it was killed. David came to the side of the hunter mantis and pressed one of his hands on the ground. Then he activated his underground move ability. The ground automatically opened up a crack, and the hunter mantis body fell into it. The crack closed up again, and there was no trace of the hunter mantis on the ground. David realized that the heavy axe Grandmaster ability was very effective when used for surprise attacks. Due to his stronger spirit, his reaction speed was faster than the hunter mantis. Needless to say, the hunter mantis had no idea that there was an enemy, and he was ready to attack at any time. His spiritual thread locked onto the hunter mantis as soon as it was 5 meters away from him. All he needed to do was to swing the grade 3 heavy axe in his hand and get rid of the problem. After turning to the other side of the hill, the shadow servant immediately discovered 2 giant pincer flaming worms. There was a cave next to the 2 giant pincer flaming worms, which should be the nest of the giant pincer flaming worms. David immediately shared the video in front of him with the Transcendent and sent out a signal for the 4 Transcendent to come over. Among the information the 4 Transcendent received, there was a map route. The 4 Transcendent followed the route marked on the map and did not encounter a single Zerg for more than 10 kilometers. Part of it was due to luck, but the most important thing was that the route David drew was a route he had walked before. All the Zergs on this route were clear by him. The Transcendent Benton tightened his grip on the flash spear and praised David. It's so easy this time. How could it have been so smooth in the past? In the past, when the four Transcendent acted together, they always attacked by force and caused a lot of commotion along the way. Sometimes they would scare away the level 3 Zergs, and sometimes they would attract more Zergs. One had to know that this was an area occupied by the Zergs. As long as there was an alarm from the Zergs, a large number of Zergs would appear after a while. Therefore, the previous hunting missions were all based on luck. If they were lucky, the target would still be there. If they were unlucky, the target might not even be there, and they would alert the Zergs, so they did not dare to stay for too long and had to leave. This time, they were able to see the 2 giant pincer flaming worms not far away from them without being discovered. This was the effect of a good scout. David had chosen a location that was downwind, so the smell of the wind wouldn't drift towards the giant pincer flaming worm. They were 3,000 meters away from the giant pincer flaming worm, and he had chosen this distance so that the giant pincer flaming worm wouldn't be able to discover them. Although the 4 Transcendent also hid their presence, they could not be compared to David. Therefore, when they arrived, they only glanced at the 2 giant pincer flaming worms for the corner of their eyes. They did not dare to look directly at them. At this distance, if they looked directly at them, as long as there was a trace of hostility in their eyes, they would definitely be discovered by the 2 giant pincer flaming worms. The 4 Transcendent had experience fighting against level 3 Zergs, so they would not make a mistake in this regard. David, you look for an opportunity to snipe from here. We will go up and prepare to fight. The Transcendent Buffington assigned the task. In fact, this was the plan that had been made long ago. With David's identity as a sniper master, he was naturally arranged to snipe from a distance. Although David was also a heavy axe grandmaster, he was still a Kaji in the end. It was not a good idea to let him fight in close range against 2 level 3 Zergs that used flame attacks. The giant pincer flaming worms were more suitable for sniping from a distance. Close combat was very troublesome, especially when there were 2 giant pincer flaming worms. Among the 4 Transcendent, if there was no Transcendent Augustine Transcendent who focused on defense, they would not dare to challenge 2 giant pincer flaming worms at the same time. The 4 Transcendent rose into the air and approached the 2 giant pincer flaming worms in the fastest way possible. This could not be helped. As long as they fought with the giant pincer flaming worms, the news of humans entering an area occupied by the Zergs would spread quickly. At most, 20 minutes later, the nearest level 3 Zergs would arrive, and after that, there would be an endless stream of level 3 Zergs coming. If they were unlucky, there might even be level 4 Zergs. Therefore, the battle had to be ended quickly. There could not be any delay. When the 2 giant pincer flaming worms saw the 4 Transcendent, they howled towards the sky at the same time. This was an announcement to the other Zergs that humans were invading. After that, the surrounding level 1 Zergs seemed to have received an order and howled in a similar manner. The Zergs used this method to spread the news of humans appearing in this area. David chose a sniping position that he already had his eyes on. He took down the roaring sniper rifle and placed it down. He entered the zone very quickly. Before the 4 Transcendent could come into contact with the 2 giant pincer flaming worms, he had already locked onto them. David felt that it was a pity. If only the charged-up strike combat skill could be used on sniping, it would be great. However, this idea was not possible. The charged-up strike could only be used on melee weapons. It could only be used when one's body directly controlled the weapon. As he was thinking, he loaded a super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet into the chamber. After the 2 giant pincer flaming worms howled, only 1 giant pincer flaming worm moved forward. The other giant pincer flaming worm was still blocking the cave entrance. It seems like we are quite lucky. These 2 giant pincer flaming worms have given birth to offspring. Babington Transcendent saw the situation and said with a smile. He said this to explain to David so that David could be more selective in his sniping. Transcendent Augustine let out a roar. He carried the level 3 giant shield on his shoulder and charged towards the incoming giant pincer flaming worm. The other three, Transcendent, maintained a straight line with Transcendent Augustine to ensure that they were protected by his level 3 giant shield. The giant pincer flaming worm opened its mouth as it ran, and a scorching flame came out of its mouth. If it was a normal flame, with the defense of the Transcendent armor, there was no need to worry. However, the flame of the giant pincer flaming worm was very scary. This kind of flame was one of the transcendent abilities of the giant pincer flaming worm, and it was quite a threat to level 3 defense. However, the 4 Transcendent Augustine also knew the weakness of the giant pincer flaming worm. Every time it spat out a flame, it needed some time to recover. As long as they could grasp the attack rhythm of the giant pincer flaming worm, they could use this weakness to reduce the threat of the flame. Of course, with Transcendent Augustine there, the Transcendent Augustine had a better choice. The level 3 giant shield could completely block the attack of the giant pincer flaming worm. This was also the reason why Transcendent Augustine was very popular among the Transcendent. When a Transcendent Augustine focused on defense, their defensive ability was very strong. When the giant pincer flaming worm spat out a flame, the 4 Transcendent Augustine hid behind the level 3 giant shield. Just as the Transcendent Augustine was about to collide with the giant pincer flaming worm, a super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet brushed past the level 3 giant shield. When the giant pincer flaming worm opened its mouth to spit out flames, it affected its vision to a certain extent. David's sniping had always been silent. If the giant pincer flaming worm was in its normal state, it could still rely on its senses to detect the super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet when it got close. However, the giant pincer flaming worm was spitting out flames, so its senses were greatly reduced. David was in a mental outburst state. The moment the giant pincer flaming worm opened its mouth, he made the most accurate judgment. The super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet pierced through the flame and entered the giant pincer flaming worm's mouth. During this process, even the 4 Transcendent Augustine, who had lowered their heads to avoid the flame, did not notice. When the Transcendent Augustine crashed into the giant pincer flaming worm's body, it felt that something was wrong. Although the giant pincer flaming worm's most powerful attack was its flame, the level 3 insectoid strength was not weak at all. The Transcendent Augustine was already prepared to be sent flying. When the giant pincer flaming worm was sent flying in the air, the 4 Transcendent Augustine saw the green blood that splashed out when the giant pincer flaming worm was sent flying. It feels so good to have a sniper master to fight alongside me. The Transcendent Augustine looked at the giant pincer flaming worm on the ground. There was a hole from its mouth all the way to the back of its head. He could not help but laugh. David, your timing is perfect. The Transcendent Babington also praised David through the communication channel. David did not say anything. He was currently aiming the roaring sniper rifle at the direction of the other giant pincer flaming worm. When the giant pincer flaming worm saw that its mate had been killed, it no longer guarded the entrance of the cave. It glanced at the entrance of the cave, turned around, and flew towards David. It was obvious that the giant pincer flaming worm knew who had killed its mate. It also knew that guarding the entrance of the cave would not be able to protect its offspring. Therefore, the giant pincer flaming worm chose to attack Kaji. This way, it could attract all the enemies away, and it could also avenge its mate. It was obvious that the 4 Transcendent Augustine did not expect this to happen. They had never cooperated with the Sniper Master before, so they did not pay attention to the idea of protecting the Sniper Master. "Stop it!" the Transcendent Babington shouted as he sped up and chased after the giant pincer flaming worm. The other 3 Transcendent Augustine also followed closely behind. It was just that they were a bit slow, and because the first giant pincer flaming worm had died too easily, they had let down their guard. Therefore, it was almost impossible for them to catch up with the giant pincer flaming worm. The giant pincer flaming worm was a level 3 insectoid. Once it fully unleashed its speed, it was naturally faster than a human. David also noticed the situation at the first moment. He didn't jump up and run away. This wasn't a good choice. His speed was not even as fast as the Transcendent Augustine. If he wanted to compete with the giant pincer flaming worm in terms of speed, the giant pincer flaming worm would catch up with him in a very short distance. It was also impossible for him to use the underground sneak ability in front of the 4 transcendent Augustine. The underground sneak ability was too strange. It could not be explained. With the knowledge of the 4 transcendent Augustine, David was worried that they would notice something. When David first obtained the sniper knowledge orb, there was a scene in the illusion where the sniper Kaji was attacked by the insectoids. The sniper Kaji would only respond in one way, and that was to snipe. Chapter 470. The roaring sniper rifle fired. In a super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet flew towards the giant pincer flaming beetle. However, the effect of this kind of direct sniping was limited. The giant pincer flaming beetle immediately changed its direction the moment the roaring sniper rifle fired. Its speed was so fast that even with David's prediction ability, he could not accurately predict where it was going to go. David finally understood why the Sniper Master could only threaten a level 3 insectoid, but not fight one. The current situation clearly showed the limitations of a Sniper Master. Once a Sniper Master snipe was discovered by a level 3 Zerg, its threat would disappear. The giant pincer flaming beetle only needed a short time to close the distance of 3,000 meters. After a failed sniping attempt, David stood up and put the roaring sniper rifle on his back. In his hand, he changed to a grade 3 heavy axe. Extreme speed, vitality enhancement, strength oscillation, strength enhancement, and strength overlay. He activated all the innate abilities he could use. Spirit-type talents were useless. The giant pincer flaming beetle was too fast. With the attack range of David's 3 spirit-type talents, even if he hit the beetle would attack first. David had seen how the first giant pincer flaming beetle attacked. The distance of its flame attack towards the Transcendent was far greater than the range of David's 3 spirit-type talents. Therefore, David chose to use high-frequency sonic wave. He opened his mouth and fired high-frequency sonic wave at the giant pincer flaming beetle that was just 100 meters away. The giant pincer flaming beetle also opened its mouth and started to brew flames. The sudden high-frequency sonic wave interrupted its brewing process, but its body was still charging towards David. The giant pincer flaming beetle was very powerful. At least, David's high-frequency sonic wave had limited effect. It was not enough to make it dizzy. This was also normal. The ability high-frequency sound wave came from the king of the iron-winged bat bugs, which was only a level 2 top-level insect. If it were to attack a human, even if it was a transcendent or a normal knight, it would still affect them. However, the attack power of a level 2 insectoid and the weakened effect of David's high-frequency sonic wave made the giant pincer flaming beetle even weaker. At most, the giant pincer flaming beetle would be distracted, but it would not make it dizzy. The giant pincer flaming beetle's brewing flame attack was interrupted. It would not wait. Of course, the giant pincer flaming beetle would be distracted. It charged towards David. The giant pincer flaming beetle's eyes flaming beetles was a very weak Kaji. A single attack would be enough to crush David. This was a complete suppression in terms of speed, strength, physique, and level. After David used the high-frequency sonic wave, he raised a level 3 battle axe above his head and prepared to attack with all his strength. He wasn't too afraid. He had killed a lot of level 3 insectoids. Although they were all killed by him during the war, it made him less afraid of level 3 insectoids. David did not know if the Grandmaster Heavy Axe could kill the giant pincer flaming beetle, but he did not have a choice. Of course, he knew his own strength. He did not dare to fight the giant pincer flaming beetle head-on. The Shadow Attendant immediately took out the Weakening Talisman from his portal ring. Afterward, the Weakening Talisman was activated in the Shadow Attendant's hand. The Weakening Talisman flashed with a dim light. Afterward, the pattern on the Weakening Talisman shot out a beam of light towards the giant pincer flaming beetle. At this moment, the giant pincer flaming beetle was only 10 meters away from David. After being hit by the beam of light, the giant pincer flaming beetle's speed immediately decreased. At the same time, its aura also weakened a little. David had been hit by the weakening talisman before. After being hit by the weakening talisman, his status was reduced by 1/3. The giant pincer flaming beetle's resistance was much stronger than David's, but it was still affected. As long as it was affected, the giant pincer flaming beetle's prepared attack would make a mistake. David needed this opportunity. Although the giant pincer flaming beetle had slowed down, it was still able to reach within 5 meters of David in an instant. David did not hesitate and chopped down with the level 3 battle axe. The giant pincer flaming beetle wanted to attack David, but it realized that the speed at which it raised its forelimbs was a little slower than usual. Because of this slight delay, the rank 3 heavy axe was accelerated by the extreme speed talent as well as the spirit-severing heavy axe technique. This allowed David's strike to be slightly faster than the giant pincer flaming beetle strike. David and the giant pincer flaming beetle passed by each other. The giant pincer flaming beetle's forelimbs were nimbly dodged by him. This was all thanks to the effects of the flexible body technique. This allowed David's body to be much more flexible, faster, and at the limit of his joints compared to Kaji of the same level. David's level 3 battle axe swept across the giant pincer flaming beetle's neck. The giant pincer flaming beetle's forward momentum, coupled with David's strength enhancement and spirit slayer enhancement, cut open a wound on the giant pincer flaming beetle's neck. The wound was very deep. It cut open the giant pincer flaming beetle's trachea and blood vessels, but did not cut open its bones. Although the wound was very serious, it was not fatal for a level 3 insectoid with its strong vitality. As long as the giant pincer flaming beetle was given enough time, the wound would be completely healed. The giant pincer flaming beetle's movements were affected by the wound. If it was anyone else, they would have immediately distanced themselves from the giant pincer flaming beetle. The 4 transcendent were about to arrive, and an injured giant pincer flaming beetle was still very dangerous. However, David had never considered the possibility of the 4 transcendent coming to his rescue. When he was in danger, he would only believe in himself. The thing that saved him from the brink of death countless times was his own fighting ability. Therefore, after he brushed past the giant pincer flaming beetle, David did not distance himself from it. Instead, he held the level 3 battle axe in his hand and charged towards the giant pincer flaming beetle. The giant pincer flaming beetle's neck was injured. Although it had recovered its ability to attack with fire, it could not use it. At the same time, the lack of blood in its brain also slowed down its reaction speed. The moment David got close to the giant pincer flaming beetle, the spirit thread appeared again, and the level 3 battle axe immediately followed the thread. He did not dare to give the giant pincer flaming beetle too much time to recover. Every second that passed would allow the giant pincer flaming beetle to recover a little. The giant pincer flaming beetle was still under the effect of the weakening talisman. In addition to the wound on its neck, it wanted to counterattack, but its movement speed was completely out of its control. The level 3 battle axe landed on the giant pincer flaming beetle's wound, and this time it directly hit its neck bone. Just now, because he had brushed past the giant pincer flaming beetle too quickly, his overlapping force was missed before it could explode. This time it was different. He took the initiative to attack, and the level 3 battle axe hit the giant pincer flaming beetle's neck bone twice in a row. With a cracking sound, the giant pincer flaming beetle's neck bone was split open. The level 3 battle axe cut into its neck bone and severed its internal nerves. The giant pincer flaming beetle wanted to scream, but could no longer make a sound. The injury this time had caused it to lose its ability to move. This time, David did not need to use the spirit thread. When the giant pincer flaming beetle's body fell to the ground, the level 3 battle axe in his hand struck out again. This time, the giant pincer flaming beetle's head separated from its body. The shadow attendant flew forward and absorbed the giant pincer flaming beetle's soul into its body. It was not until now that the danger had disappeared that David felt a wave of exhaustion. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Just now, although the battle was very short, if he had made a mistake, he would have been the one to fall. Close combat with a level 3 insectoid was not something Kaji could do. If it was not for the effect of the weakening talisman, with the giant pincer flaming beetle's speed, he would have been hit by the giant pincer flaming beetle at the same time, even if he used the Grandmaster Battle Axe's ability to hit it. David's attack could at most injure the giant pincer flaming beetle, but the giant pincer flaming beetle's attack was fatal to him. David, you killed a giant pincer flaming beetle alone. The 4 Transcendent Benton looked at the giant pincer flaming beetle on the ground and said in disbelief. It was not strange for David to kill a level 3 insectoid, but there was a prerequisite. The level 3 insectoid did not know about the existence of a Sniper Master, and at the same time, the level 3 insectoid would be affected by other things. This was the case with the giant pincer flaming beetle at the beginning. David's sniping during the war was also the same. The environment of the war had a great impact on the judgment of the level 3 insectoid. The Transcendent Buffington looked at the used weakening talisman on the ground and said in a deep voice, "David, we made you lose the weakening talisman. You lost too much in this operation. This was caused by our mistake. I will find a way to compensate you." How could he not know about the magical talisman? It was one of the few auxiliary items that the great world of God exchanged with the Interstellar Federation. It was an extremely precious life-saving item, no matter if it was in terms of rarity or value. The Transcendent Buffington felt very sorry that David lost this life-saving magical talisman because of their mistake. David shook his head and refused. "I was careless. I should have waited for you guys to pin down the 2 giant pincer flaming beetles before attacking. It's not your fault that I used the magical talisman. In fact, this kind of mistake in cooperation really couldn't be blamed." David thought about it carefully and realized that he had attacked too early. He was used to fighting alone, so as long as there was a chance for a level 3 insectoid to snipe, he would immediately attack. However, if the 4 Transcendent Buffington had pinned down the 2 giant pincer flaming beetles, there would have been a chance for a fatal attack at any time. Of course, the Transcendent Buffington also made mistakes. When they realized that the 2 giant pincer flaming beetles had separated, they had to prevent the other giant pincer flaming beetle from chasing after Kaji. This situation was different from when David was inside the defensive wall during the war. When he was inside the defensive wall, there was Kaji's battle formation in front of him. Even the level 3 insectoids couldn't directly attack Kaji, who was hiding inside the defensive wall. Transcendent Augustine reminded in a soft voice, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly clean up and leave this place. We'll talk about the rest when we get back." Transcendent Buffington made up his mind and ordered, "Yes, let's quickly clean up. We'll go to the nest and clean it up." Transcendent Garth stepped forward and sealed the giant pincer flaming beetle's neck with a special material to prevent the smell of the beetle's blood from attracting other insectoids. The giant pincer flaming beetle's head was also cleaned up and carried by Transcendent Garth. Everyone returned to the corpse of the other giant pincer flaming beetle. Since the giant pincer flaming beetle hadn't been dead for too long, the shadow attendant had successfully absorbed its soul. Of course, this had to do with the position of David's snipe. Although this kind of injury was fatal, it could still allow the giant pincer flaming beetle to struggle a little longer before it died. Transcendent Bentington stepped forward and treated the giant pincer flaming beetle's wound the same way as before. Then, he carried it on his shoulder. Transcendent Buffington arranged. "Augustine will be in the front. I'll be in the back. The rest of you, follow me. Let's go into the nest." Transcendent Augustine carried a grade 3 shield and threw an illumination bomb into the cave. This kind of illumination bomb could burn for a long time and illuminated the entire nest. The nest wasn't deep. This had to do with the living habits of the giant pincer flaming beetle. Inside the nest, inside a pile of krypton, or a baby insectoid that looked like a miniature version of the giant pincer flaming beetle, was looking at them with its eyes wide open. To be honest, the baby giant pincer flaming beetle was very cute. When it looked at them, it gave them a cute feeling. However, the 5 people here couldn't be affected by the baby giant pincer flaming beetle. This cute feeling was also its way of protecting itself. If you really thought that the baby giant pincer flaming beetle was cute, then as long as the giant pincer flaming beetle was given a chance to grow, it would become a ferocious beast that would tear you apart. Transcendent Buffington shook his head and said, "What a pity. If this baby giant pincer flaming beetle was sold to the great world of God, we could still exchange it for some good stuff. Unfortunately, we have no way to get it, so we can only kill it." No wonder the giant pincer flaming beetle wanted to protect its nest with all its might. A baby giant pincer flaming beetle like this would be one of the strongest giant pincer flaming beetles when it matured. This kind of baby was extremely rare. It wasn't valuable to the Interstellar Federation, but it was valuable to the great world of God. While speaking, Transcendent Buffington didn't hesitate and killed the baby giant pincer flaming beetle with a heavy axe. Chapter 471. After the baby giant pincer flaming beetle was killed, the shadow attendant absorbed a weak soul. If it wasn't for David's keen senses, he wouldn't have been able to sense the soul energy coming from the shadow attendant. It was easy to imagine how weak the soul of the baby giant pincer flaming beetle was. No one paid any attention to the Krypton or on the ground. There were a lot of Krypton or on planet Battlestar. Unless there was a complete Krypton or mine, Krypton or wouldn't attract their attention. This was very different from the Transcendent in other places. If there were so many high-quality Krypton ores on other planets, no one would leave them aside. Only military warships could enter and leave planet Battlestar. All the Krypton ores on planet Battlestar belonged to the military, so it wasn't realistic to leave with the Krypton ore. Of course, the military wouldn't notice if the Transcendent took the Krypton or with the Krypton ore, but the Transcendent space was limited. Could the Krypton ore be more valuable than the training resources provided by the insectoids? Something's not right. There's a swarm of insectoids approaching. Babington Transcendent warned. Before coming in, the Babington Transcendent had set up surveillance equipment outside. The cave entrance was located at the height of the hill, so they could see very far through the equipment. This was originally a precautionary measure, but they didn't expect to actually discover the danger. The Babington Transcendent shared the image with the others. David saw a crazy swarm of insectoids running towards them on his helmet. He saw 3 level 3 insectoids in the location being monitored. Leave immediately. There's no time to deal with the bodies of the 2 giant pincer flaming beetles. Take the important materials with you. Babington Transcendent turned to Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent and ordered. Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent were more direct. A decomposing knife appeared in each of their hands. One of the giant pincer flaming worm's heads was already cut off by David. The other giant pincer flaming worm's head was cut off by the combined efforts of the 2 Transcendent in just a few seconds. Next was the claws of the giant pincer flaming beetle and the level 3 strengthened meat. The decomposition knife was also very fast. All the important materials were decomposed, and the 2 Transcendent put them into their spatial bracers. The entire process took less than 30 seconds to complete. Of course, the decomposition of the giant pincer flaming worm's corpse was very rough, and it still needed to be processed slowly. The 4 Transcendent and David walked out of the cave, and they saw an even more terrifying scene. The hill was surrounded by Zergs, and there were even level 3 Zergs. When David saw this, he understood that if he followed the 4 Transcendent, he would definitely drag them down. Babington, you guys go first. I'll hide for now. I'll leave once it's safe. David suggested. David, this is too risky. If you follow us, we'll bring you along. There's a very high chance that we'll break out. Transcendent Mabington shook his head. In truth, the Transcendent also knew that with David's speed, it was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. David's flying speed relied on the miniature kryptonite engine on his exoskeleton armor, and in an environment like Warstar, the power of the miniature kryptonite engine was greatly reduced and greatly limited. This made it so that David's flying speed could not compare to that of a level 3 Zerg. In fact, some of the faster level 2 Zergs were even faster than David. As for the Transcendent's transcendent armor, it used the Transcendent's own energy as a special power source. This power source was not suppressed by Warstar. "You guys should hurry up and leave. I could take care of myself," David insisted. There wasn't much time left. The 4 Transcendent could see how determined David was. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't have much of a chance to leave in one piece. Most importantly, the 4 Transcendent had complete confidence in David's ability to hide himself. As long as David left their line of sight as a scout, not even they would be able to sense David's existence. "You have to be careful. We'll wait for you at the base's front lines." Transcendent Babington nodded and sternly said. Transcendent Mabington patted David on the back. Although he did not say anything, David understood what he meant. David smiled at him. The confidence that David displayed made Transcendent Mabington feel much more at ease. The 4 Transcendents soared into the sky. David glanced at them for a moment, then turned around and returned to the cave. In truth, as long as he was separated from the 4 Transcendent, his safety would not be an issue. His ability to underground stealth ensured that he could hide underground at any time. Whether it was the 4 Transcendent Mabington or David, none of them could understand how these insectoids had arrived so quickly. Logically speaking, it should have taken at least 10 minutes for them to arrive. However, the 4 Transcendent Mabington did not have the time to consider this problem. They continued to accelerate in the air, fleeing in the direction they had come from. The 4 Transcendent Mabington did not dare to lead these insectoids directly to the defensive line. The defensive line simply could not handle so many rank 3 insectoids. They needed to use their speed to increase the distance between them and the insectoids and slowly shake off the majority of them. At the very least, there could not be so many rank 3 insectoids. They could only return when the defensive line could withstand the insectoids. This was also the reason why they agreed when David suggested that he stay behind. If they brought David along, their speed would be affected, and it was very likely that the insectoids would catch up to them halfway. Since they had led the insectoids away, it would naturally reduce the pressure on David, who was hiding. Ignoring the 4 Transcendent Mabington, David walked into the cave. The shadow attendant was outside the cave, and he had completely concealed his presence. Perhaps because the 4 Transcendent Mabington were too obvious a target, or perhaps because there were 2 giant pincer flaming beetles in the cave, the insectoids did not enter the cave. Instead, they all chased after the 4 Transcendent Mabington. Of course, the biggest reason for this was that the rank 3 insectoids, the main force of the insectoids, did not notice the presence of humans in the cave. Naturally, they did not intend to send any insectoids into the cave. Through the shadow attendant, David saw that the insectoids did not stop at all. They all turned around in the middle of the hill and chased after the 4 Transcendent Mabington. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Underground sneaking was a good idea, but this ability had a cool-down time of 5 minutes. It was better not to use it if he could. The shadow attendant could not see the insectoids from outside, so he naturally would not stay behind. He took out the camouflage cloth and covered himself with it. Then he walked out of the cave. At this time, he could not directly return to the front line of the base. That direction was full of insectoids. David took out the map and looked at it. He chose a winding route. As soon as David chose the route and was about to move forward, his heart palpitated. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated underground sneaking. At this time, he did not think about saving time. If it was a warning that made his heart palpitate, it would be right to treat it as seriously as possible. Just as he went underground, the shadow attendant, who was left on the ground, saw a giant ant that was more than 15 meters long quickly approaching from afar. This speed made David's scalp tingle. It was still far away, but in the next second, it was already at the top of the hill. This giant ant was not far from David underground. It was only about 200 meters away. What made David even more shocked was that after this giant ant appeared, there was a green fog in the air around it. The giant ant stopped on the hill, looked in the direction of the insectoids, and sniffed the air. David saw this through the shadow attendant's eyes. His heart skipped a beat. If this giant ant had some kind of sense of smell, then the scent that David left behind would be very likely to be discovered. David did not think that his ability to hide his scent would be able to hide from the transcendent sense of smell. This was proven by Little White. No matter how he hid himself, Little White could easily track him through his scent. This was the scary part of the transcendence ability. Fortunately, David was underground, which made him feel more at ease. Even if this giant ant could smell his scent, it would not be able to find him underground. Although David did not recognize this giant ant species, it was obvious that it was a level 4 insectoid just by looking at its aura. This level 4 insectoid was obviously here to track something. It was not interested in the 4 transcendent. Otherwise, with its speed and strength, the 4 transcendent would be in danger. The giant ant did not seem to have discovered anything. It let out an angry howl, which seemed to be in order. The insectoids around it kept responding. The giant ant did not stay for long, and it ran in a direction. David stayed underground for another 10 minutes before he dared to return to the surface. He did not understand what was going on, but he knew that this place was very dangerous. Of course, even though it was very dangerous, David still maintained his speed and made himself invisible with the camouflage cloth. With the shadow attendant above his head, he still followed the planned route. This direction was also the opposite of the level 4 insectoid's direction. After crossing 2 hills, just as David was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly stopped. The shadow attendant in the air saw something strange. When a gust of wind blew, the dust was blown into the air, but there was an area where there was no dust at all. David, as a sniper master, had always been able to judge his surroundings. That was why he noticed this detail. David's first thought was that there was an insectoid with a special ability lying in ambush there. Since he did not feel any danger, this insectoid was not higher than level 3. It was not even a level 3 insectoid. If it was a level 3 insectoid, with his sense of danger, he would have discovered it long ago. David's curiosity was piqued. He was very interested in insectoids with special abilities. This was because if he killed an insectoid like that, he might be able to obtain their special abilities. Most of the time, these special abilities could not be learned. However, special abilities like underground stealth and high-frequency sound wave were all learned from the insectoids. David chose the best way to get close. His body sank into the ground, and he was like a fish swimming underground. Regardless of whether it was the soil or rocks in front of him, they would automatically separate him. With the shadow servant keeping an eye on him from above, he wouldn't get lost underground. When David reached the bottom of the area, the shadow attendant seemed to have passed through an invisible barrier. What appeared in front of the shadow attendant was an armored knight and a dying warhorse. David was shocked. The situation in front of him was not what he expected. This was not an insectoid. This was clearly a knight of the great world of God. However, this knight's armor was obviously more luxurious than the knight David killed last time. The knight's armor was engraved with many patterns. These patterns were complex and elegant, showing a special kind of beauty. The knight was lying on a rock. His helmet was open, his eyes were closed, and his face was green. This green was not the color of his skin, but the state of being poisoned. This reminded David of the level 4 insectoid. In the knight's open hand, a metal was shining. The energy emitted from the metal was replenishing the concealment shield around the knight and his warhorse. Although David had only dealt with the knight once, he could see that the knight's condition was not good. The knight's condition was displayed on the warhorse. The warhorse was covered in armor and showed no signs of injury. However, it had lost a lot of its life force. This should be the cause of the knight's poisoning. David did not understand the principle, but he knew that the knight was relying on the warhorse's life force to prolong his own life. David was a little hesitant. He did not know if he should save the knight. He looked at the knight's young face and could not help but sigh. Then he entered the shield from the ground. Although the shield was comprehensive, it did not have any defensive effect on the ground. David summoned the shadow attendant. After rummaging through the space ring for a while, He found a level 3 antidote among the loot left by someone. He took out the level 3 antidote, then took out a syringe. He inserted the level 3 antidote into the syringe and injected it into the knight's exposed neck. David did not know if the level 3 antidote would work. This was the best antidote he could take out. If it did not work, there was nothing he could do. The level 3 antidote took about a minute to take effect, so he sat aside and waited. In less than a minute, David saw the knight's eyes move. Then he opened his eyes. The knight saw David. His eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly remembered his situation. He tried to straighten his body. Then in front of David, wiped the ring on his right hand, and a bottle of antidote appeared in his hand. Unlike David's injection method, he poured the antidote directly into his mouth. Knight Miller, thank you for your help. After completing this action, the knight tried to stand up straight, but he could not do it. He could only smile bitterly and thank David. Knight Miller spoke in the Federation language. It was very standard. It was obvious that he had studied hard. No need to thank me. I just happened to meet you. David waved and said. At this time, the warhorse seemed to have recovered, but it could not stand up. It only struggled a few times before it fell to the ground. Chapter 472. I have to thank you, but before that, I have a presumptuous request. Can I hire you to take me back to my castle? I'll pay you enough. Knight Millet said to David, I didn't save you for the reward. David frowned when he heard Knight Millet mention the reward. To be honest, the reason why he saved him was because Transcendent Buffington had mentioned to him the alliance agreement between the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God. On planet Warstar, the two civilizations were in a relationship of mutual protection. Although the two civilizations didn't have much contact with each other, after David was attacked, the Great World of God dealt with it carefully. They quickly sent a quasi-transcendent weapon as compensation. It could be seen how important this alliance was to both sides. David may not be great, but in the face of a common enemy, the Zerg, he would still lend a helping hand when he saw the injured knight of the Great World of God. It was just a bottle of level 3 antidote. For David, this thing had no value in the space ring. It was not bad to save an ally who was fighting the Zerg together. I'm sorry, I didn't learn the etiquette of the Interstellar Federation well, I thought. Knight Millet wanted to say something, but he stopped halfway. Knight Millet was educated that the people of the Interstellar Federation were a group of greedy people. As long as they took out some items, they could make the people of the Interstellar Federation go crazy. That was why he asked to hire David. At this moment, he realized that David was different from the people of the Federation. It's nothing. Where do you live? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride. David saw that Knight Millet didn't have much experience with the people of the Federation, so he didn't care about his previous words and said with a smile, This is the location of the castle. Please. Knight Millet quickly took out a paper map from his space ring and showed it to David. David took the paper map and found that it was not paper at all, but a very delicate leather paper. At the bottom right corner of the leather paper, there was an eagle logo. From these details, it could be seen that the identity of this Knight Miller was not simple, whether it was the armor on his body, the space ring on his hand, or the map. Holding the map in his hand, David could see a special energy flowing on it. He took a closer look and saw a blue dot on the map. On the other side of the map was the outline of a castle. The rest of the map was slightly lighter in color. This blue dot is our current location. This castle is where I want to go, Knight Millet said, with a hopeful look in his eyes. Knight Millet's physical condition was very bad. Although he had convinced David to give him a level 3 antidote, and he had also taken another bottle of antidote himself, the poison in his body was too strong. He had just woken up, but it was still very difficult for him to move. Even if Knight Millet reduced the life force of the warhorse would not be able to take him back to the castle. The Federation Kaji in front of him had the ability to come here, so he must have the ability to take him back to the castle. This was his biggest hope to go back alive. David looked at the map and compared it with the map on his mask. To be honest, it was not on the way to Knight Millet's castle, but he still decided to help Knight Millet. Knight Millet, I can take you to the castle, but I can't do anything about your warhorse," David said to Knight Millet helplessly. David could see that the warhorse was very important to Knight Millet. However, even if he could carry such a big warhorse, he would not be able to deal with the possible trouble if he took Knight Millet and the warhorse. "It's okay. The warhorse can carry me. It will recover soon," Knight Millet said as he reached out and patted the warhorse's body. Knight Millet's breath weakened a little, but the warhorse seemed to have regained its vitality and stood up. David could see that Knight Millet had broken some kind of life force connection with the warhorse. This made Knight Millet, who was still a little bit energetic a moment ago, withered in an instant. David shook his head. Knight Millet's condition was not good. David could not guarantee that Knight Millet could last until they returned to the castle. The Interstellar Federation did have a drug that could cure Knight Millet's condition, but it required the use of a genetic repair pod. David hesitated for a moment. In the end, he reached into the storage box on his waist. In fact, the shadow attendant took out a bottle of eternal holy water from the portal ring and put it in the storage box for him to use. "Drink this. You should feel better," David said as he handed the eternal holy water to Knight Millet. Knight Millet struggled to raise his head. When he saw the eternal holy water in David's hand, his expression became very strange. However, a soldier of the Federation had taken out a bottle of holy water from a great world of divinity. No matter how one looked at it, it was very disharmonious. Even in the great world of God, holy water was monopolized. Other than the church, very few people could get holy water. Knight Millet originally had a few bottles of holy water, but they were all used up in Warstar. Knight Millet took the holy water from David's hand and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you." It might not be difficult for Knight Millet to get holy water through his connections, but as a Federation Kaji, David would have to pay a high price to get holy water. Knight Millet knew this very well. Of course, Knight Millet didn't know where David got holy water. If it weren't for the fact that he still had more than 400 bottles of holy water, he wouldn't have casually taken out a bottle for a stranger to use. Knight Millet poured the eternal holy water into his mouth. Soon, his complexion improved a little. Unfortunately, the eternal holy water couldn't detoxify him. It could only restore some of his lost vitality, so Knight Millet's condition didn't last long. Knight Millet felt his body relax. He wanted to stand up and get back on his horse, but he didn't succeed after struggling a few times. The armor on his body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't move at all. David saw Knight Millet's movements, so he stepped forward and helped Knight Millet to sit back on his horse. Knight Millet showed a grateful look to David, but this time he didn't say it out loud. He accepted David's kindness, and it couldn't be repaid with words alone. "I haven't asked your name yet. I'm so rude." Knight Millet's mind was a little more flexible as he recovered. At this moment, he realized that he didn't ask for David's name, so he quickly asked, "My name is David." David introduced himself, then pointed to the light shield and said, "Can you put away this light shield so we can go?" Knight Millet said embarrassedly, "Mr. David, I forgot." He picked up the metal in his hand and tapped it lightly. Then the shield around him disappeared. "Knight Millet, let your horse follow me. Don't go too far from me," David said as he moved forward. On his faceplate, a new route was redrawn. Knight Millet promised, "Mr. David, don't worry. Although I can't fight anymore, my horse is fine. It won't cause you any trouble." David nodded. At this moment, the shadow attendant rose into the air and observed the surrounding environment from a position of 40 meters. Because he was carrying a burden, David chose a route that bypassed the insectoids as much as possible. Knight Millet looked at David, who was leading the way in front. They had been walking for 10 minutes, but they didn't even meet a single insectoid. Knight Millet felt like he was walking in the garden at home. This didn't make sense at all. Was there really not even a single insectoid? Knight Millet couldn't understand this strange situation. He had been fighting nonstop since he entered the insectoid territory. Fortunately, he had his family badge to open the barrier, which gave him time to rest. But how did this Kaji guy named David do it? He changed directions from time to time, as if he was avoiding the insectoids. But how did David find the insectoids in front of them? Knight Millet didn't understand David Millet's confusion. At this moment, he was frowning. There were 30 poisonous moths in front of them. This was because he found them early. Otherwise, the poisonous moths flying in the air would have found them long ago. If David was alone, he could have left this area from underground and wouldn't have been discovered by the poisonous moths. But now that Knight Millet was with him, he couldn't do that. David didn't want to take a detour. He didn't want to stay in the insectoid territory for too long. That level 4 insectoid might appear at any time. Knight Millet, wait here. I'll take care of the insectoids in front of us. David turned to Knight Millet and said. Knight Millet wanted to ask David to fight with him, but thinking about his body, he could only nod. Knight Millet looked at David's short wings spurting out energy. David rose into the air and flew forward. When David rose into the air, the poisonous moths also found David. 30 poisonous moths flew towards David. David chose to rise into the air because he didn't want the poisonous moths to notice Knight Millet. As soon as he rose into the air, he attracted all 30 poisonous moths. The level 2 insectoid poisonous moths were not strong. Their most powerful ability was their poisonous powder. As long as David changed the internal circulation of his exoskeleton armor, he wouldn't be affected by the poisonous powder. Knight Millet saw the 30 poisonous moths in the sky. He was very anxious. David was only Kaji. How could he fight against 30 poisonous moths? Knight Millet was very clear about the power of the Federation Kaji. The powerful Kaji could at most deal with a few level 2 insectoids. Any more, and he wouldn't be able to handle it. At this moment, Knight Millet was very regretful. He should have taken something to save his life from his portal ring and gave it to David. The fact that Knight Millet could use his portal ring in front of David was a sign of his trust in David. Indeed, if David really wanted to kill and rob, he wouldn't have woken up Knight Millet. He could have just watched Knight Millet slowly die from the poison. This wouldn't violate the covenant, and he could get all of Knight Millet's items. At that time, even if he killed Knight Millet directly, the great world of God wouldn't know. Knight Millet heard David's words before and thought that the insectoids were very weak. Now, he only felt annoyed and helpless. But soon, the expression on Knight Millet's face became very interesting. An expression of disbelief and doubt appeared on his face. Is this still Kaji? Knight Millet muttered to himself. David was almost killing one with his axe in the air. The poisonous moths kept exploding in front of him. The 5 meters around David's body was like the dividing line between life and death. As soon as they entered it, they would die. The poisonous moths were also blinded by the poisonous powder. They only knew that the enemy was there. David was floating in the air. He was very relaxed. As soon as the power of will appeared, he would follow it and kill a poisonous moth with a 100% success rate. This kind of ease was built on the complete imbalance of battle skills. The battle between the Grandmaster Heavy Axe and the level 2 insectoids was completely one-sided. In addition, David was using a level 3 Heavy Axe, so killing the poisonous moths was very easy. After a minute of battle, when David left the range of the poisonous powder in the air, 30 poisonous moths were all killed by him. They exploded in the air and turned into poisonous powder. A thin energy shield popped out and bounced off the poisonous powder on the exoskeleton armor. When David reappeared next to Knight Millet, the exoskeleton armor was clean. Mr. David, your strength is beyond my imagination. Knight Millet's praise had the unique straightforwardness of the great world of God. Knight Millet, if you weren't injured, these poisonous moths would be easy for you too. David was not proud. He just replied with a smile. After seeing how strong Knight Millet was, David didn't think that killing some level 2 insectoids was worth praising. The rest of the journey was very smooth. Other than the 2 flying insectoids that were killed by David in advance, they didn't encounter any other trouble. Maybe it was because David had guessed, but he killed all the flying insectoids that saw them on the way. Although David didn't ask Knight Millet, he still had some guesses in his heart that Knight Millet was injured. Before David found Knight Millet, he saw the level 4 insectoid that used poison. Since he couldn't completely detoxify the poison in night millet with level 3 antidotes, this poison was probably not something a level 3 insectoid could use. In order to avoid trouble and not be discovered by the level 4 insectoid, David didn't leave any insectoids that saw them alive. David took night millet through a line of defense made up of more than 10 movable defensive walls. David found that night millet's castle was not on the front line. This discovery made David extremely surprised. He always thought that the great world of God's castles were arranged on the line of defense. He didn't expect there to be one at the back. After passing through the line of defense, David let out a long sigh of relief. The level 4 insectoid gave him too much pressure. Now that he was back in a human area, he could finally relax. Chapter 473. The castle in front of them was a little different from the battle castles David had seen before. This castle was completely built with pure white boulders. From what he knew so far, he had never heard of this kind of pure white boulder among the rocks of Battlestar. In other words, the materials used to build this castle were most likely from the great world of God or from the Interstellar Federation. In terms of transportation costs, the cost of this castle alone was a huge figure, not to mention the value of the construction materials. "Mr. David, we're here," Night Millet said with a smile when he saw the castle. "I'll go back after I send you to the castle." David nodded and said. He looked at the information on his mask. He could use his identity bracelet to contact the Babington Transcendent from this location. After entering the insectoid war zone, the coverage of Skynet would be greatly affected. The deeper they went, the weaker the signal would be. Now that David had left the insectoid territory and was truly safe, he thought of contacting the Transcendent in the base. "Babington, it's David. I've returned to the safe zone." David left a message for the Babington Transcendent. As soon as the message was sent, the other side immediately connected. "David, where are you?" The Babington Transcendent asked nervously. Not long after the 4 Transcendent fled, they felt a terrifying aura behind them. It was the aura of a Class 4 insectoid, which made them scared. They were even more worried about David's safety. Although David's hiding ability was very strong, it was hard to say if he could still hide completely in the face of a Class 4 insectoid. But they couldn't do anything. They could only leave as fast as they could. Fortunately, the Class 4 insectoids didn't chase after them. After many changes in direction, they finally completely got rid of the Class 3 insectoids. The main reason for this was that the Class 3 insectoids were moving together with the swarm. They were affected by the swarm's speed, so they didn't chase after them with all their strength. As soon as they reached the safe zone, they wanted to contact David, but there was no signal. "I'm at the 9th frontline base. I have something to do. I'll go back soon." David looked at the map on his mask and replied, "Be careful. Do you need us to pick you up?" The Babington Transcendent asked. When he heard David's exact location, he was finally relieved. "No need. I'll go back as soon as I'm done here." David saw a figure directly jump out of the pure white castle in front of him. He immediately said, "I have something to do here. I'll contact you later." After disconnecting the call, David looked at the rapidly approaching figure and couldn't help but be shocked. It was a middle-aged man wearing a strange and complicated outfit. What shocked David was that the middle-aged man did not wear any armor, nor did he have a mount. Instead, he relied on his own strength to jump over the castle wall that was about 20 meters tall. Then, he approached David at a speed faster than a Transcendent wearing Transcendent armor. "Uncle Dubois." When Knight Miller saw this person, he immediately patted his horse and bowed. "Millet, your situation is not good. We'll talk when we get back." Baron Dubois glanced at Knight Millet and said in a deep voice. He spoke in the Federation language. Then he turned to David and said with a gentle expression, "Sir, thank you for bringing Millet back. Please allow me to invite you to the castle as a guest to express my gratitude." Baron Dubois didn't treat David as an enemy, and he didn't think that Knight Millet's injuries were caused by David. Just by looking at Knight Millet's condition, he could clearly sense that Knight Millet's body was extremely weak. He couldn't return from the insectoid territory in such a state. "Yes, sir. My name is David. It's an honor to accept your invitation. Although Baron Du Bois didn't reveal any oppressive aura, David could feel the instinctive fear of facing a powerful life form. He couldn't refuse the friendly invitation of such a person. Mr. David, don't be nervous. Our etiquette is completely different. You can relax. I know that people of the Federation don't like complicated etiquette, Baron Du Bois said with a laugh. He could see that David was nervous, which made him interested. Although he was fast when he came over, he didn't reveal his aura. This young man of the Federation in front of him clearly sensed his strength, which was why he was so nervous. This made Baron Du Bois very curious, and he immediately swept his mind over David's body. This was very impolite behavior, but the difference in rank between him and David was too great. This could be considered a gesture of concern. After sensing David's mind, Baron Du Bois couldn't help showing a strange expression. He hadn't expected that the young man of the Federation in front of him would have such a powerful mind. Mr. David, if you were born in the great world of God with the strength of your mind, you could become an outstanding alchemist even without a bloodline. Baron Du Bois didn't hide the fact that he had used his mind to skin David, smiling as he spoke to David. As they spoke, they arrived in front of the castle. The castle's gates were already open, and a butler was waiting there with 2 knights. Butler, take Miller in for treatment. Also, tell the kitchen to prepare. I want to entertain Mr. David. Baron Du Bois instructed the butler. Mr. David, wait for me to come back from treatment and drink with you. Knight Miller didn't forget to say this to David as he was taken away by the butler. David smiled at Knight Miller. I can see that Miller is very grateful to you. Baron Du Bois said with a smile. I'm only doing my best. I wouldn't have done anything beyond my abilities. David said honestly. Facing Baron Du Bois, David instinctively spoke his true thoughts. Miller is very important to my family. If something happened to him, I wouldn't know how to face my family. Baron Du Bois shook his head. Baron Du Bois led David into the castle, and as soon as they entered, David saw a garden. This was a real garden, and David could smell the fragrance of flowers, as well as the unique fresh smell of green plants. Going through a path in the garden and passing by a fountain, they arrived at the castle's main entrance. The entire castle was made of pure white stone. It was the same here. When David stepped on the steps leading to the main castle, he felt an energy reaction from them. In fact, when he walked through the castle's gates, he felt like he had entered a sealed space, completely isolated from the outside world. Although the Federation also had this kind of technology, David didn't see any shadow of it here, only a faint energy aura. The castle's hall was very large, which was an extremely extravagant thing on Warstar. It must be known that in the entire 4th Frontline base, only the large conference room in the headquarters could compare to this hall. There were many pictures hanging on the walls, all of which were scenes of Knight fighting against insectoids. Through this method, the host would show off his bravery to the guests. On the side, there were several rank 3 insectoid specimens that emitted traces of oppressive aura, adding a murderous aura to the hall. Baron Du Bois and David sat down, and the butler brought over a strange soup. This is water boiled from the leaves of the earth vein tree. It can be considered a knight's daily drink. Come, have a taste. Baron Du Bois enthusiastically said to David. Thank you. David thanked him. He picked up the water boiled from the leaves of the earth vein tree and drank a mouthful. A warm current flowed to every part of his body. With David's control over his body, he found that this mouthful of water boiled from the leaves of the earth vein tree was actually equivalent to 3 days of spirit forging. Of course, this drink could only be used for muscles, so it couldn't compare to the spirit forging. However, David's comparison included 3 days' worth of rank 3 strengthened meat, which could be used to cultivate the spirit forging. This effect, David muttered to himself in disbelief. David never believed that there was any cultivation resource that could compare to the strengthened meat of the insectoids. This kind of flawless cultivation resource made the war between humans and insectoids a mutually beneficial one. The insectoids wanted more space to live and more energy, while humans needed all kinds of resources from the insectoids. Baron Du Bois smiled and explained, "Mr. David, this is the first time you've taken it. The effects will slowly weaken if you continue to take it. Of course, as long as you keep taking it, the strength of your muscles will continue to increase." David nodded and took another mouthful of the drink. As he sensed the endless strengthening effects, he couldn't help but sigh at how abundant the cultivation resources of the great world of God were. In truth, he was overthinking things. The great world of God's resources were only relatively concentrated. The Interstellar Federation also had a lot of special resources. It was just that those resources couldn't be circulated to the outside world, and they were all absorbed by the organizations that occupied them. There were simply too many cultivators in the Interstellar Federation. Almost all of them cultivated, which resulted in a scarcity of resources. Fortunately, the insectoids provided an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources, which allowed the Interstellar Federation to maintain the supply of resources for so many cultivators. "Mr. David, I don't know what conditions Miller agreed to, but you saved him, so I can't not express my gratitude. You can directly tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to satisfy your request." After the previous exchange, Baron Du Bois felt that the time was about right, so he smiled and said this. This was also because Baron Du Bois was experienced in handling matters. He didn't immediately bring up the matter of remuneration. Otherwise, it would have made David feel like this was a transaction. David replied with a smile, "Mr. Du Bois, I didn't save Knight Miller for remuneration. You also don't need to pay anything. Your hospitality is enough to express my gratitude." Baron Du Bois smiled as he took out a black card and handed it over. "Haha, you're very young, and you should have a very high status in the Federation. This can be seen from the equipment on your body. Ordinary remuneration isn't that attractive to you. How about this? This is a transaction qualification card. With this, you can bring one person to participate in the monthly trade fair. Please don't refuse. This is a token of gratitude from an uncle." Baron Du Bois had already discovered David's extraordinariness. He had a special exoskeleton armor, and through his mental scan, he knew the material of the exoskeleton armor. To be able to use Grade 3 materials to make the exoskeleton armor, as well as the Grade 3 heavy axe on David's back, this was enough to show how extraordinary David was. As a Kaji, David could appear in the insectoid territory, which was also extraordinary. David also had a large caliber sniper rifle on his back, which showed that David was also a sniper master. "I'll accept this." David looked at the black card. He had heard that trading with the great world of God was very difficult, so he didn't need to refuse this transaction qualification card. Baron Du Bois didn't plan on taking out the transaction qualification card at first. He only wanted to give some equipment that the great world of God had made for the Interstellar Federation to express his gratitude. However, he appreciated David's attitude, which was why he gave the transaction qualification card to David. With Baron Du Bois' status, he wouldn't only have one transaction qualification card. Apart from using the transaction qualification card to participate in the trade fair, the Federation's people were basically unable to trade with the great world of God for resources. The trade fair was also an official method of communication approved by the great world of God. Every item could be traded after being approved by the great world of God. It was for this reason that every transaction qualification card represented a huge benefit. It was a long-term benefit. David didn't know that the transaction qualification card he received was much more valuable than a simple transcendent weapon. Baron Du Bois and David were talking in the hall. In the castle, Knight Millet, who had taken many kinds of potions, was covered in green. Knight Millet washed his body and changed into a new set of clothes. He then proudly took a box from the waist of his new set of clothes. He carefully opened the box, revealing a green insect egg inside. This green insect egg was fundamentally different from an ordinary insect egg. It was an insect egg that had been bred by a rank 4 insect, the poisonous Fong giant ant, at the cost of its own genes. If this poisonous fong giant ant egg was provided with enough energy, it could definitely hatch into an insect that would grow into a poisonous fong giant ant in the future. Of course, it was almost impossible to domesticate the Zerg. However, there was a magic formation in the divine macro world that could extract the corresponding innate ability from the living larvae. Then, by carving inscriptions, the innate ability could be added to an object in a special way. Although there was only a 20% chance of success, many attempts had been made. It was just that the materials needed were extremely precious, and the larvae with special abilities were very rare. Therefore, the magic items created were also very rare. This kind of operation was only allowed on Warstar. The Great World of God had a strict order that no one was allowed to bring living insects back to the Great World of God. This included insect eggs. Chapter 474. After night, Miller opened the box that was engraved with the ability to hide the scent of the items inside. The giant ant that was hundreds of kilometers away suddenly stopped running. The giant ant sensed something deep in its genes, and it looked towards the 9th base's defense line. It was very difficult for a rank 4 insectoid to breed an offspring. For this offspring, the giant ant's genes had decreased a lot. Therefore, the giant ant was very angry at the thief who stole its offspring. It no longer had any scruples, so it turned around and rushed towards the direction it sensed. The 9th base's defense line's alarm suddenly went off. The Kaji Knights were already used to war, so they put on their armor and picked up their weapons. The Kaji Knights also entered their sniping positions and waited for the insectoids to arrive. However, the two transcendents in the middle of the defensive wall had ugly expressions on their faces. They saw the poisonous tusk giant ant charging towards them. That was a level 4 insectoid. It wasn't something their defensive line could withstand. Luckily, the Black Battle Fort also received the alarm. 6 knights rushed out of the battle fort. At the same time, a knight in black armor stood on top of the battle fort. He was the guardian of the battle fort. Since this place was close to Baron Du Bois' castle, the knight guarding here wasn't very strong. He was only a bit stronger than a normal knight. However, when he saw the fanged poisonous giant ant in the distance, he immediately activated the emergency rescue formation. The fanged poisonous giant ant was shrouded in green mist as it charged towards the defensive line. The green mist around it was getting thicker as it raged. Before the 6 knights could even get close to the fanged poisonous giant ant, the white barrier around them began to sizzle. They could feel that the barrier protecting them was quickly weakening. "Sir, you have to leave quickly. This is not a rank 4 insectoid we can deal with," one of the knight roared. His voice reached the ears of the guardian knight standing on top of the battle fort. After roaring, the 6 knight didn't retreat. They needed to stall for time so that the guardian knight could leave first. This was their mission. Since the day they became knights, they swore their loyalty to that knight. Now, they were fulfilling their oath. There were no slogans, and there was no need for any now. Every knight had the conviction that they would die. A rank 4 insectoid with a special ability was a peak existence among rank 4 insectoids. Even their commander couldn't stop it. The 6 knights rushed into the green mist without hesitation, charging towards the fanged poisonous giant ant. When the fanged poisonous giant ant saw that the 6 knights wanted to stop it, the green fog around it suddenly turned dark green. The white barrier around the 6 knight couldn't hold on any longer. It turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. The 6 knight could feel the poison invading their bodies. They no longer held back the energy in their bodies. The 6 knight rushed towards the giant ant like 6 burning white flames. With a loud boom, the battle formation formed by the 6 knights clashed with the huge poisonous fanged giant ant. The final strike that gathered all the power of the 6 knights allowed the rank 3 heavy swords of the 2 knights at the front to pierce into the fanged poisonous giant ant's chest. However, they had just pierced a little before they lost the strength to continue. This was the greatest result a level 3 heavy sword could achieve after the knight had applied the sharpness effect. After this strike, The bodies of the 6 knights had been completely corroded by the poison. The giant ant swung its front claws, and the 6 bodies flew out along with their horses. They had already lost their lives in the air. The knight, standing on top of the black battle fort, saw everything in front of him, but he didn't leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but he was the guardian knight of this place. If he left, he would lose the defense line, and his title would be reduced. Although he was just a nobleman, the title of a knight could be passed down. If he dared to leave the battle fort, his title would be reduced, and he would become a normal knight again. He would lose the right to own a territory and leave the noble circle. This was unacceptable. Even if he died, his descendants would still be able to keep their title. However, if he escaped, he would become a wandering knight who had betrayed his faith. Even his descendants would lose the right to become nobles. Therefore, the knight just stood there quietly and watched the fanged poisonous giant ant rush over. However, the giant ant was not charging towards the black battle fort. Its anger needed to be appeased by a massacre. On one side, there was a battle fort with only a few people, and on the other side, there was a defensive wall with more than 10,000 people. The fanged poisonous giant ant chose the defensive wall as a line of defense. The Gaussian cannons shot at the fanged poisonous giant ant, but the cannons bounced off its shell. This level of attack posed no threat to the poisonous fanged giant ant at all, so it was too lazy to even dodge. The Gaussian cannon shells bounced off the giant ant's shell. The giant ant had a black exoskeleton, so its defense was much stronger than other rank 4 insectoids. When it entered the range of 3 kilometers, sporadic sniper bullets hit the fanged poisonous giant ant, but the fanged poisonous giant ant ignored such weak attacks. 2 transcendents rose into the air from the defensive wall in the middle. They flew towards the fanged poisonous giant ant. They had just sent a distress signal to the headquarters, and now they had to complete their mission. The sacrifice of the 6th knight also triggered the 2 transcendent. The 2 transcendent understood that if they retreated now, not only would they not be able to make it in time, but their actions would also be looked down upon by the entire Federation. Compared to the great world of God's sacrifice, the 2 transcendent had no reason to retreat. The unique bravery of a soldier also rose in their hearts. The 2 transcendent wanted to lure the giant ant away, but there were more than 10,000 soldiers here. Before the 2 transcendent could get close to the giant ant, the same poisonous fog was affecting them. The 2 transcendent injected a few bottles of level 3 antidote, but against a level 4 poison, the level 3 antidote was very limited. When David was saving Knight Millet, the level 3 antidote was effective because the knight didn't directly come into contact with the giant ant. In fact, if Knight Millet really came into contact with the giant ant, he wouldn't have lived long enough to see David. When Knight Miller entered the nest of the giant ants, he was corroded by the residual poison in the nest. That was why he was able to escape with his last breath. At this moment, the 2 transcendent felt powerless. Their bodily functions were rapidly decreasing. In a few seconds, they would lose the ability to move and wait for death to come. The 2 transcendent looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. The 2 transcendent activated the transcendent power in their body at the same time. The transcendent power burned madly. At this moment, they didn't have any thoughts of saving it. They only wanted to burn as much of their power as possible before they died to provide themselves with the greatest attack power. The fanged poisonous giant ant looked at the 2 transcendents flying towards it and struck out with its 2 front limbs. The rank 3 weapons in the hands of the 2 transcendents struck the fanged poisonous giant ant, but the fanged poisonous giant ant also struck the 2 transcendents. What made the 2 transcendents despair was that their attacks were completely useless. They were unable to break through the fanged poisonous giant ant's defense. The giant ant hit the 2 transcendent. The bones, organs, and muscles of the 2 transcendent were all shattered, and a large amount of poison entered their bodies. After killing the 2 transcendent, the giant ant didn't stop moving forward. It crashed into the defensive wall at the front. The defensive wall used a special dampening system that could evenly distribute the force of the impact to the 1,000-meter defensive wall. However, the fanged poisonous giant ant's attack had created a hole in the surface of the defensive wall, which was caused by its sharp forelimbs. The poisonous mist rushed into the defensive wall, and soon, the defensive wall became silent. The 500 armored soldiers guarding the defensive wall had all fallen to the ground when the fanged poisonous giant ants approached them. Even if the exoskeleton armor's internal circulation was activated, it couldn't block the special transcendence poison. The poison ignored the exoskeleton armor's isolation and directly affected the Kaji's body. After destroying one defensive wall, the fanged poisonous giant ant wasn't interested in destroying any more defensive walls. Its target was its own offspring, not to kill. The giant ant directly charged through the defensive line, and all the Kaji on the defensive wall fell to the ground when the green mist passed through. Baron Dubois was sitting in the hall chatting with David. When he saw the butler rush in, he immediately showed an apologetic smile to David. Baron Dubois knew that with his understanding of the butler, something big must have happened for him to come in so rudely. "Master, there's news coming from the front. There's a level 4 poisonous fanged giant ant coming this way," the butler reported calmly. It wasn't that the butler didn't know how terrifying the giant ant was. As the butler of the Warstar family's castle, he knew every type of insect like the back of his hand. However, his good upbringing allowed him to remain calm at all times, not to mention that he had a powerful master. Baron Dubois stood up and bowed to David. "Mr. David, please wait for a while. I have to take care of something." "Excuse me." "Please go ahead." David also stood up and returned the greeting. Baron Dubois gently waved his hand, and a full set of armor appeared on his body. In his right hand was a heavy sword flickering with a faint purple radiance, while in his left hand was a similarly faint purple shield. This shield wasn't a small round shield, but a rectangular one that could protect the upper half of the body. David was almost blinded by the weapons in Baron Dubois' hands. Baron Dubois' weapons were all made of rank 4 materials. This was the first time he'd seen weapons made of rank 4 materials, and all of them were heavy weapons. At this moment, David was somewhat regretful that he didn't ask for a rank 4 weapon. However, he also knew that even an ordinary knight wouldn't have a weapon of this rank. He just didn't know what kind of status Baron Dubois had to have such powerful weapons. After Baron Dubois finished equipping himself, his aura suddenly changed. He changed from a gentle scholar to a hot-blooded warrior. Baron Dubois took a step forward, leaving only an afterimage in his original place. When the afterimage disappeared, he also disappeared from the hall. David was extremely shocked by this teleportation-like speed. "Butler, I won't watch the battle," David requested the butler. "Sir, please stay at least a kilometer away from the battlefield. Otherwise, your safety can't be guaranteed." The butler didn't stop David and only reminded him. David nodded to express his understanding. He walked out of the hall and saw Baron Dubois a kilometer away. Just as David was about to follow her out, he heard footsteps behind him. Knight Millet chased after David and said, "Mr. David, I'll go with you to watch Uncle Dubois fight." The poison in Knight Millet's body had basically been removed. The remaining trace could only be slowly removed. He had just tidied himself up and was about to come out to accompany his savior, David, when he heard Knight Millet's report that a rank 4 Zerg had broken through the defensive line and was about to arrive at the castle. Baron Dubois had gone to meet it. How could Knight Millet let go of such an opportunity? Being able to watch Baron Dubois fight was a rare opportunity. Although Baron Dubois would usually give him guidance in battle, he knew very well that Baron Dubois hadn't even used 10% of his fighting strength. Therefore, he called out to David and asked to go with him. "Are you all right?" David asked worriedly. Then, he looked at the housekeeper with a questioning look in his eyes. Knight Millet patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, the poison has been removed. My body is very good. It's not like I'm going to fight. I'll be fine." The butler had a helpless look on his face as he nodded at David. Knight Millet was a direct descendant of the family and a cultivation genius. That was why he was sent to Warstar to be nurtured by Baron Dubois. With Knight Miller's status, apart from Baron Du Bois, there was no one else in the castle who could control him. Knight Millet had sneaked into the Zerg's territory, which was also a willful act. "Come with me. We'll watch from a distance." David could only agree. Knight Millet called for his warhorse and mounted it neatly, as if he was going to fight. David felt a headache when he saw this scene. He could only pray that the rank 4 Zerg wouldn't target them. Of course, with their strength, it would be very difficult for them to attract the attention of a rank 4 Zerg. This was why David dared to go and watch the battle. Chapter 475. Baron Du Bois met the fanged poisonous giant ant 5,000 meters away from the castle. When the angry fanged poisonous giant ant saw Baron Du Bois, it didn't immediately attack him, but instead stopped. Baron Du Bois also stopped. An armor made of white light appeared on his body. This white light armor seemed to be solid. At this moment, even his face couldn't be seen clearly. His entire body was wrapped in the white light armor. Although the fanged poisonous giant ant was crazy, it also had extremely high intelligence. When encountering an enemy of the same rank, it wouldn't be careless. Of course, a battle was unavoidable. The aura of the egg had appeared in the castle ahead. Although it couldn't detect it, the fanged poisonous giant ant was sure that the egg was still there. The fanged poisonous giant ant's strength had decreased a bit for the sake of the egg. How could it give up just because of a powerful enemy? Baron Du Bois looked at the rank 4 fanged poisonous giant ant in front of him and became extremely vigilant. He knew how terrifying the fanged poisonous giant ant was. With his strength, it would be troublesome for him to defeat it alone. However, it was impossible for him to summon helpers. The nearest powerhouse that could join hands with him would take at least an hour to arrive. By then, the outcome would have been decided. The green mist around the fanged poisonous giant ant suddenly expanded and spread towards Baron Du Bois. Baron Du Bois didn't retreat. The white light armor on his body could isolate and defend against almost all energy and physical attacks. Although the transcendent ability of the fanged poisonous giant ant was terrifying, it couldn't break through his defense. Of course, the premise was that he couldn't be injured by the fanged poisonous giant ant otherwise. It would be very hard for him to resist the poison. Seeing that Baron Du Bois wasn't retreating, the fanged poisonous giant ant didn't wait any longer. It was worried that its egg would disappear from the castle if more time passed. The fanged poisonous giant ant let out a furious roar. The roar expressed its determination, as well as its purpose for coming. Even after so many years, neither the Interstellar Federation nor the great world of God could fully understand the language of the insectoids. This was because the lower the level of the insectoids, the simpler the way they expressed themselves. This was something that could be studied, and there would be more material to study. However, it was very difficult to even see a high-ranking insectoid, let alone study them. In addition, there were too many species of insectoids, and each species had a different language. Insectoids could communicate instinctively, but it was a nightmare for researchers. Researchers could still make some speculations about the bug language of the level 1 and level 2 insectoids, but they could not study the level 3 insectoids. However, starting from level 4, insectoids of this level could communicate with humans in a very simple way. The fanged venomous ant was issuing a warning to Baron Du Bois through his mind. Its meaning was very simple. Dodge or fight, how to get that thing. Baron Du Bois didn't understand what the fanged poisonous giant ant wanted, but his castle was behind him. He couldn't dodge, and he didn't even know how to retreat. Leave or die, Baron Du Bois shouted with his mind roused. The negotiation between the two sides broke down, and the fanged poisonous giant ant pounced forward, its huge body turning into a blur. Baron Du Bois stomped on the ground and swung the level 4 shield in his left hand. The angle was very clever. It was the angle at which the impact of the attack would be the least, and at the same time, the impact would be diverted to the side. The fanged poisonous giant ant charged over, and its two huge front limbs hit the level 4 shield. The attack of the level 4 shield was blocked by the level 4 shield, and it didn't have much effect. Soon after, the fanged poisonous giant ant also charged over. The interval was too short, and its speed was so fast that Baron Du Bois couldn't react in time. However, Baron Du Bois had already expected this. He took 3 steps back and neutralized the terrifying impact of the fanged poisonous giant ant. On the other hand, the fanged poisonous giant ant was diverted by some force. The figures of the two sides crossed each other, and an ear-piercing sound of friction was heard. The fanged poisonous giant ant charged 20 meters before stopping. It turned around and got into an attacking posture, preparing for its next attack. Baron Du Bois was a bit baffled. He felt that the attack power of the fanged poisonous giant ant wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He was extremely certain of this. In his many years on Warstar, he had fought with many Class 4 insectoids. Although he had mostly fought against Class 4 insectoids and rarely had the chance to kill them, he was still extremely familiar with Class 4 insectoids. The fanged poisonous giant ant in front of him should have been weakened for some reason. Thinking of this, Baron Du Bois' eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Over the years, Baron Du Bois hadn't had the opportunity to kill a level 4 insectoid by himself. This was because his own strength was comparable to a level 4 insectoid. With their huge bodies, even if he used a weapon to injure them, it would be very difficult for it to have a fatal effect. Only in some joint operations would he have the opportunity to kill a level 4 insectoid. If he could kill a level 4 insectoid by himself, Baron Du Bois would be able to add a star to his noble badge. This represented his honor, and it was enough to make his family proud. Level 4 insectoids that had weakened normally wouldn't appear. They would only recuperate in insectoid territory until they recovered their strength. The opportunity in front of him was too rare, and Baron Du Bois wasn't going to let it go. This thought only flashed through his mind for a split second. After making up his mind, Baron Du Bois immediately took the initiative to attack. The strongest aspect of the fanged poisonous giant ant was its poison. When its poison was no longer effective, its fighting power would be greatly reduced. Aside from its poison, it also had the constitution, strength, and speed of a level 4 insectoid in close combat. This kind of fighting power wasn't weak. When Baron Du Bois rushed over, one of the fanged poisonous giant ant's forelimbs swept over. The light purple radiance on its forelimbs flickered due to its speed. Baron Du Bois used a shield of the 4th rank to block. Borrowing the momentum of the block, he moved to the other side at an even faster speed, causing the attack of the other forelimb of the poisonous fanged giant ant to hit empty air. "Speed up," Baron Du Bois softly said. He used his mind to activate the level 4 heavy sword in his hand. On the hilt of the level 4 heavy sword, a pattern was activated. The pattern turned into a white light that wrapped around Baron Du Bois' body, making him speed up again. His figure flashed past the side of the fanged poisonous giant ant, and the level 4 heavy sword in his hand swept past the side of the ant's body. The level 4 heavy sword created a 1-meter-long wound, and green blood gushed out of the wound. As soon as the blood left the body of the fanged poisonous giant ant, it turned into a dark green mist and joined the green mist. The fanged poisonous giant ant let out a painful roar. It discovered that the scattered poisonous mist had no effect on Baron Du Bois, and that Baron Du Bois was also terrifyingly powerful. The poisonous mist around the fanged poisonous giant ant quickly retracted and wrapped around its body. The poisonous mist condensed on its wound, and when Baron Du Bois turned around to look, the wound was no longer bleeding and it started to heal. The poisonous mist was the most fatal injury to the enemy, but it was the best tonic for the fanged poisonous giant ant. Although he had expected this, Baron Du Bois still frowned. This level 4 insectoid that could heal itself was too annoying. However, he could also see that the poisonous mist had become a bit lighter after healing the wound. He couldn't tell the amount, but he was sure that it was decreasing. Knight Millet proudly said to David, "My uncle is amazing, right?" Knight Millet was very grateful to David for saving him, but it also made him feel like he was inferior to David, and he didn't like that feeling. At this time, Knight Miller wanted to borrow Baron Du Bois' strength to save some face. In truth, if Knight Millet fought David with his equipment, the one who would lose would definitely be David. David couldn't display his full speed on Warstar, and David wasn't even a transcendent. There was a natural difference in strength between him and Knight Millet, and he would be at a disadvantage in close combat. Mr. Du Bois is truly powerful, David sincerely praised. This was the first time David had seen a person fight a level 4 insectoid alone and injure it. Knight Millet couldn't help but smile when he heard David's praise. Knight Millet immediately glared at the fanged venomous ant and said, "I'll be this strong in the future. Then I won't have to run around being chased by this guy. You were the one who lured this level 4 insectoid here?" David had guessed, but he was still surprised when he heard Knight Millet's confirmation. It had to be known that not just anyone could provoke such a powerful level 4 insectoid. Even Knight Millet at his peak was just an ant to the fanged venomous ant in front of him. I didn't know that the nest belonged to the fanged venomous ant. I went in and saw an egg with a special gene, so I took it with me. Who knew I would be so unlucky? I accidentally got poisoned. After I left the nest, I heard the fanged venomous ants roar. I used a lot of life-saving items to run for a while. You know what happened in the end. Knight Millet didn't hide anything and directly told Abel what happened. David couldn't help but sigh at Knight Millet's courting death. If he hadn't happened to pass by, and if the shadow servant hadn't seen the abnormality in the air with Knight Millet's concealment methods, he would have been poisoned to death. Knight Millet said as he took out a box from his waist, "I just don't know how this fanged venomous ant tracked me down. I clearly put away the egg very well." Knight Millet said as he waved the box in his hand, "This is good stuff. Maybe I can extract an innate ability from it. Then I can use the poisonous ability of the fanged venomous ant. I must find a good alchemist." As he spoke, he gently pressed his hand and opened the box, revealing the insect eggs inside. Knight Millet wouldn't have done this if it was anywhere else, but with Baron Du Bois blocking the fanged venomous ant in front, he felt very safe. Plus, he wanted to show off, so he opened the box. Of course, it was best to show off in front of people of the same age. On planet Battlestar, there were too few people of the same age who weren't too different in strength. Although David was only Kaji, he recognized David's strength to some extent since he was able to bring him out of the insectoid territory. This was why he was showing off now. Getting a level 4 insectoid egg was a result worth showing off. When David saw the egg, he was shocked and felt an extreme sense of danger. Without thinking, David grabbed Knight Millet and shouted, "Run!" Knight Millet was riding a warhorse. When he heard David shout and was pulled, his body couldn't help but shake. By the time he reacted, he had already been pulled off the warhorse by David. The shadow servant on top of David's head saw the fanged poisonous giant ant, risking the danger of being swept by Baron Du Bois' rank 4 heavy sword to abandon Baron Du Bois and charge towards them. It had to be known that although 3,000 meters was far, it was only a matter of a few breaths for a level 4 insectoid. David didn't want to hide his special ability at this time. As he grabbed Knight Millet, he activated Underground Sneak and took Knight Millet underground. As soon as he went underground, he left as fast as he could. When Knight Millet reacted, his vision turned black. He felt that he was wrapped in a strange energy and was moving quickly underground. Just as he was thinking about what was going on, he suddenly felt a pain in his mind. Then a connection in his soul was broken. Knight Millet knew that it was caused by the death of his warhorse. Knight Millet grew up with this warhorse. When he first became an apprentice knight, his father gave it to him as a gift. After that, he grew up with the warhorse, and the warhorse became a part of his life. A warhorse was very important to a knight. It was the feet of a knight, and it was the extension of a knight's life. In addition, a warhorse was a knight's companion. However, Knight Millet didn't have time to feel sad. After the fanged venomous ant rushed over, it not only killed the warhorse, but also made a huge hole in the ground. If David didn't move quickly, he would have been hit by this attack. Even if he dived to the deepest 10 meters, he wouldn't be able to avoid death. David didn't dare to stop moving. Although Underground Sneak was silent, and he could keep his breath hidden, Knight Millet couldn't. Because he lost his warhorse, Knight Millet's breath became heavier. Chapter 476. Miller David. Baron Du Bois let out an angry roar. Baron Du Bois didn't think that the fanged poisonous giant ant would suddenly give up on fighting him. He couldn't help but be startled when he saw the direction the fanged poisonous giant ant was rushing towards. He hastily chased after it, but he was still a step too late. He saw Knight Miller's warhorse get killed by the fanged poisonous giant ant. Although he didn't know how David did it, he still sensed Knight Miller moving underground. Of course, if Baron Du Bois could sense it, so could the fanged poisonous giant ant. When the fanged poisonous giant ant wanted to continue attacking, Baron Du Bois blocked it. David had been watching the fanged poisonous giant ant's actions through the shadow attendant. After seeing Baron Du Bois block the fanged poisonous giant ant, he let out a long sigh of relief. If he didn't know that Baron Du Bois would be here soon, he wouldn't have brought a burden like Knight Miller with him to escape. As long as David went underground and hid his aura, even the fanged poisonous giant ant would need some time to find him. They wouldn't be able to find him if they didn't turn over all the nearby ground. However, bringing Knight Miller was equivalent to giving the fanged poisonous giant ant a target, making it easy for the fanged poisonous giant ant to find them. It was because he knew that Baron Du Bois was here that David had to escape with Knight Miller. Baron Du Bois was very polite to David and even condescended to chat with David. However, that was because David had saved Knight Miller. Apart from that, with Baron Du Bois' status, he didn't need to care about a Kaji like David. No matter how strong David was, he was only a Kaji. Let alone a Kaji, even Transcendent couldn't make Baron Du Bois pay too much attention to him. Now that David had escaped by himself and let Knight Millet die on the spot, David couldn't guarantee that Baron Du Bois wouldn't kill him in his anger. If it weren't for this reason, with David's character, he wouldn't have helped Knight Millet, who almost killed them. David didn't dare to leave the ground. He had been underground for more than 1,500 meters. This was already his fastest speed. Only after the duration of underground stealth had passed did he stop. Although the fanged poisonous giant ant's spirit sensing ability was very strong, it couldn't discover them with the cover of the 10-meter layer and the distance of more than 1,500 meters. David and the Knight Miller were stuck underground. David's exoskeleton armor had an internal circulation system, so he didn't have to worry about breathing. But Knight Millet was different. His armor didn't have a breathing system. He was pulled underground by David too suddenly, so he wasn't prepared. He didn't take in any air. In addition, Knight Millet had consumed a lot of oxygen due to his warhorse being killed. At this moment, his face was red. David certainly wouldn't let anything happen to Knight Millet. He took out a breathing mask and put on Knight Millet's face. Knight Millet's face suddenly relaxed. He looked at David with eyes full of guilt. If he could speak, he would definitely apologize to David. David didn't have time to pay attention to Knight Millet at this time. His mind entered the shadow attendant and watched the battle on the ground through the shadow attendant. At this time, he had the safest place to watch the battle. He didn't have to worry about being affected by the battle. The battle between Baron Du Bois and the fanged poisonous giant ant was very dangerous. Because the fanged poisonous giant ant had sensed the egg just now, it was almost able to recover it. However, it was interrupted by Baron Du Bois, so it was in a state of complete madness. Baron Du Bois could only fight while sweeping his sword across the huge body of the fanged poisonous giant ant from time to time. To be honest, this kind of battle was very passive for Baron Du Bois. He couldn't get hurt at all, because even the slightest injury could be fatal. On the other hand, the fanged poisonous giant ant didn't have to worry too much. As long as Baron Du Bois didn't hit its vitals, it could recover through the poisonous fog. In addition to fighting Baron Du Bois, the fanged poisonous giant ant was also destroying the ground from time to time. It couldn't sense Knight Millet's aura. Maybe he was too far away, or maybe he was using some method to isolate his aura. Therefore, the fanged poisonous giant ant was constantly destroying the ground, trying to find Knight Millet. Baron Du Bois was doing his best to limit the range of activity of the fanged poisonous giant ant, which made him almost get hit by the fanged poisonous giant ant several times. We can decelerate. Baron Du Bois flicked his finger, and 2 magic talismans shot out. They instantly turned into 2 rays of white light and entered the fanged poisonous giant ant's body. Baron Du Bois knew that the effects of these magic talismans could only be maintained for a short time, but he needed some time. He patted the summoning bag at his waist, and a huge eagle appeared beside him. He jumped on it. The white armor on Baron Du Bois' body spread out and completely protected the huge eagle. Afterward, white energy erupted from Baron Du Bois' body and gathered towards the rank 4 heavy sword in his hand. Under the urging of the white energy, the rank 4 heavy sword extended a light purple sword. The fanged poisonous giant ant was affected for less than half a breath. While it was affected, it had to defend against the attack. After reaching rank 4, the fighting skills and the genes of an insectoid had already reached the pinnacle. They had a great understanding of how to deal with enemies they had fought for countless years. This was why it was said that if the difference in strength wasn't too great, it would be very difficult for powerhouses to kill rank 4 insectoids in a duel. Although the fanged poisonous giant ant's strength had decreased, its fighting skills hadn't decreased at all. After being affected by the magic talisman, it immediately put up a defense. After Baron Du Bois fused with the huge eagle, the eagle took him to the sky. On the back of the fanged poisonous giant ant's huge body, 2 pairs of relatively small, transparent wings extended from its shell. Although the transparent wings were small, they didn't affect its flight. The battle went from the ground to the sky. It was just that the eagle was faster and more agile than the fanged poisonous giant ant. At this time, Baron Du Bois could be considered to have gone all out. Due to the special nature of this place, his eagle mount couldn't stay outside for too long. The sky wasn't the eagle's domain, and it might even attract powerful insectoids, especially under some kind of agreement. Even if powerful rank 5 insectoids wouldn't attack them personally, they wouldn't be able to say anything if they casually killed a flying mount that had left its master. Knight with a flying mount like Baron Du Bois had to be very careful of his mount on Warstar. He would normally put it in a summoning bag and only summon it to eat and move around in a safe place. To be able to become Baron Du Bois' flying mount, the eagle's strength was close to that of a rank 3 insectoid. The eagle couldn't hide its energy, and powerful energy fluctuations spread in all directions, indicating the eagle's position. In other places, this would be a deterrent to the enemy, telling them that they couldn't approach. But on Warstar, it became the target of the insectoids. As long as the eagle appeared, it would be like a light in the night, attracting the attention of the insectoids. Fortunately, this was the back of the defensive line. Although the front line had been destroyed, it could still be summoned for a short period of time. Baron Du Bois, who had gone all out, turned into a white ray of light in the air. The white ray of light constantly revolved around the fanged poisonous ant, leaving a wound on its body every time it flew past. The fanged poisonous ant constantly wanted to counterattack, but the difference in speed made it impossible for it to attack Baron Du Bois. If this was an insectoid territory, a large number of insectoids would be enough to restrict Baron Du Bois, but here, the fanged poisonous ant could only attack in vain. At this time, the fanged poisonous ant was in a passive position. If it hadn't used up its genes to nurture the egg, it wouldn't have been so weak. Although it was only a small difference in strength, it was very obvious in a high-speed battle. The fanged poisonous ant didn't escape. As a rank 4 insectoid with high intelligence, as long as it didn't receive any orders from the insectoids, it would still escape when threatened. However, the egg was here, and the fanged poisonous ant wasn't willing to leave. It was desperately using the poison in its body to heal the wounds on its body. Baron Du Bois also saw this. For some reason, the fanged poisonous ant didn't want to leave. This made him very happy. Perhaps he would really be able to kill a rank 4 insectoid today. David saw the battle in the sky through the shadow attendant, and his mood was surging. Baron Du Bois had turned into an arrow in the air and was continuously shooting at the fanged poisonous ant. The extended rank 4 longsword was able to break through the fanged poisonous ant's outer shell by just relying on the extended sword light. The eagle that had fused with Baron du Bois also attracted David's attention. Although his exoskeleton armor could also fly, it was restricted by many restrictions, and it was reduced to flying at a slow speed on Warstar. This eagle was different. Just the aura it revealed made David feel like he couldn't match it. It was at least as strong as a rank 3 insectoid. What kind of feeling was it to have such a mount? That was what a true powerhouse felt like. David thought of his pet Little White and couldn't help but sigh. Little White's use wasn't weak, but its development was completely different from the eagle's. After comforting himself, David gained a new understanding of night strength. In the sky, Baron du Bois was practically suppressing the fanged poisonous ant. The aftermath of the battle between the two was constantly spreading in all directions. David even saw that a layer of the ground had been shaved off by the aftermath of the battle in the sky. He believed that if the battle had been close to a building, there wouldn't have been any building left. David thought of the rumor that a rank 4 insectoid could easily destroy a city. He was now certain that if the fanged poisonous ant really went to a city, then it wouldn't be strange for it to be destroyed. The poisonous fanged giant ant could annihilate all life just by relying on its poison, not to mention its terrifying destructive ability. David was thinking while the shadow attendant was still watching the battle. Even with David's eyesight, he could see that the poisonous mist on the fanged poisonous ant's body had become thinner. Baron du Bois didn't get carried away. He always remembered where he was at a disadvantage. Even though he had an obvious advantage right now, he would lose all of it if he was hit once. He had a lot of methods that he couldn't use on the fanged poisonous ant. The resistance of the fanged poisonous ant's body was just too high. The most effective method was to directly cut with his sword. He wasn't greedy, and he only increased the number of injuries on the fanged poisonous ant's body under the premise of safety. The fanged poisonous ant finally sensed danger. Its latest wound was a bit deep, and it was still bleeding after being treated by the poisonous mist. It was only now that the fanged poisonous ant realized its situation. Because of the egg, it kept losing it, finding it again, and losing it again. After so many repetitions, its anger had affected its judgment. The fanged poisonous ant wanted to escape. It turned around and wanted to leave, but how could Baron du Bois let it go? If this was the defensive line, the fanged poisonous ant would only need to summon all the nearby insectoids to form an insect tide. With the cover of the insect tide, it would be able to escape. However, the fanged poisonous ant was too deep this time, so it lost the opportunity to escape. Baron du Bois urged the eagle to fly back and forth around the fanged poisonous ant. In a short 10 seconds, the fanged poisonous ant's body was covered in green blood. The fanged poisonous ant's blood could no longer be turned into poisonous mist. This meant that it had used up too much of the poison in its body. Even the poison in its blood was scarce. The poisonous fanged giant ant found that it couldn't escape. Instead, because it wanted to escape, it caused even more damage. It wanted to continue fighting with Baron du Bois, but the large amount of blood flowing out made its movements slow down. This caused the fanged poisonous giant ant to slow down, causing more wounds to appear on Baron du Bois' attacks. Large amounts of blood flowed out from the wounds, causing the fanged poisonous giant ant to slow down even more. The fanged poisonous ant's movements became slower and slower. Baron du Bois was like a very patient matador, slowly draining the fanged poisonous ant's strength. The fanged poisonous ant felt its life draining away. It looked at the somewhat blurry figure of Baron du Bois and swung its forelimbs. This time, its movements were too slow and it didn't immediately withdraw to protect its vitals. The rank 4 long shield in Baron du Bois' hands blocked this powerless attack. It was a rare stab from a rank 4 heavy sword. This was like the final strike in a bullfight. The sword light of the level 4 heavy sword pierced through the fanged poisonous giant ant's chest, and then the body of the level 4 heavy sword. This length was enough for the level 4 heavy sword to pierce through the fanged poisonous giant ant's heart. David felt that one of the two powerful auras in the sky suddenly disappeared. Then he saw the fanged, poisonous ant fall from the sky. Chapter 477. When he saw the fanged, poisonous giant ant falling from the sky, David's first thought was to rush over and let the shadow attendant absorb the soul of the fanged, poisonous giant ant. Now that his underground sneak ability had been restored, he was only hiding underground to hide himself and Knight Miller. There was no need to hide anymore. David grabbed Knight Miller's arm and activated underground sneak to rise to the surface. Baron Du Bois landed in front of David and Knight Millet from the sky, and he casually received the eagle. "Mr. David, thank you for saving this kid again," Baron Du Bois said to David with a smile. This was the second time David had saved Knight Miller, so Baron Du Bois' attitude towards David was even more cordial. Baron Du Bois didn't ask about David's ability to sneak underground. In fact, in the great world of God, there are all kinds of strange abilities. Through the use of a magic item, the owner could obtain the ability of the magic item. Moreover, David had used this ability to save Knight Miller, so Baron Du Bois was more thankful and didn't want to get to the bottom of it. "I was just trying to protect myself," David replied with a smile. He looked in the direction of the fanged, poisonous giant ant with a look of desire in his eyes. "You want to go over and take a look, right? Go over and take a look, but be careful not to touch it with your hands. Even if the fanged, poisonous giant ant is dead, its body is still highly poisonous." Baron Du Bois saw through David's intention and thought that he was curious about the fanged, poisonous giant ant, so he said with a smile, "Let alone David." Even Baron Du Bois himself was very curious about the carcass of the fanged, venomous ant. Even a powerhouse like him would rarely be able to obtain a complete carcass of the fourth rank. "I'll be careful." David wasn't polite. He was very anxious. If he didn't have to ask for the opinion of Baron Du Bois, who killed the fanged, poisonous giant ant, he would have already gone over. David quickly ran towards the fanged, poisonous giant ant. Baron Du Bois looked at David's running figure with a smile on his face. Knight Miller was about to move, but he felt a mountain-like pressure pressing down on him. Knight Miller naturally knew that it was Baron Du Bois's doing, so he quickly said in a soft voice, "Uncle Miller, do you know how many people died today because of you?" When Baron Du Bois turned his head, the smile on his face disappeared as he spoke in a deep voice. During the battle, Baron Du Bois' senses were also very sharp. Because he wasn't far from the egg, he could sense it. Although he didn't know what that special aura was, he could guess it when he saw the fanged, poisonous giant ant go crazy. After thinking about how Knight Miller was rescued by David from the arachnid territory and how he had the same poison as the fanged, poisonous giant ant, some things became clear. Knight Miller said with a bitter face, "I only picked up an egg from a cave. At that time, I didn't know it was the egg of the fanged, poisonous giant ant. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to take it away." Knight Miller was telling the truth. Let alone him, even Baron Du Bois didn't dare to provoke a rank 4 arachnid in the arachnid territory. "Go back and train for a month. You're not allowed to leave the castle," Baron Du Bois said to Knight Miller helplessly. This was the hope of the younger generation of the family, so he couldn't be at ease. "Yes, uncle." Knight Millet nodded heavily in response. Knight Miller turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw his dead warhorse and was just punished by Baron Du Bois. His heart was filled with grief, and there were tears in his eyes. "Pa!" Baron Du Bois slapped the back of Knight Miller's head. Of course, he didn't use much strength, but it still made Knight Miller's mouth open in pain. "Our family won't shed a tear even if we die in battle. Remember, only the weak will shed tears. The strong will only turn their grief into strength. If you had been a bit stronger today, you would have been able to keep your warhorse, instead of letting your companions die in battle like this," Baron Du Bois said in a deep voice. Knight Miller wiped his tears and solemnly promised, "Uncle, I will become stronger." Baron Du Bois looked at Knight Miller with satisfaction. "Let's go. Bring your warhorse back to the castle. I'll also bring back the spoils of war." Everything was going too smoothly for Knight Miller. Losing a warhorse could be considered a lesson. For a family like theirs, a warhorse was nothing. They just needed Knight Miller to raise another warhorse. David quickly walked to the side of the poisonous, fanged giant ant. The shadow attendant was even more impatient than him. It stepped forward and sucked the soul of the poisonous, fanged giant ant into its body. David stood in place. The comfortable feeling coming from the shadow attendant made him absent-minded for a moment. He had never felt this kind of feeling ever since his spirit surpassed 7 points. "Mr. David, let's go back to the castle first," Baron Du Bois said as he came to David's side. He thought that David was frightened by the corpse of the poisonous, fanged giant ant. "Please." David sobered up and hurriedly replied. Baron Du Bois took out a magic talisman and activated it in front of the poisonous, fanged giant ant. A white pattern flashed on the magic talisman and turned into specks of starlight that fell on the corpse of the poisonous, fanged giant ant. This detoxification magic talisman was useless when the fanged, poisonous giant ant was alive, but now it can play a role. Baron Du Bois explained to David. Wisps of green mist floated out of the poisonous, fanged giant ant's corpse. David quickly retreated, afraid of coming in contact with the green mist. David knew how terrifying the green mist was. He could tell just by looking at Knight Miller's appearance when he was rescued. Baron Du Bois waved his hand, and a white light flashed and drove away the green mist. The poisonous tusk giant ant had used up most of its poison in the battle, so the poison left in its body was pitifully low. Otherwise, how could this detoxification talisman alone be able to get rid of the poison so easily? After doing all this, Baron Du Bois stretched out his hand and picked up the poisonous, fanged giant ant's corpse. On the other side, Knight Miller put away his warhorse's corpse and wrapped it in a piece of leather. His face was full of sorrow. He had a deep bond with this warhorse. "I'm sorry. I didn't have a warhorse that could save you," David said as he patted Knight Miller's shoulder. Knight Miller shook his head and said, "No, you did your best to save me back then." Knight Miller obviously knew how dangerous the situation was back then, and how much danger David had taken to save him. If they had brought their warhorses back then, they would probably have ended up like this warhorse. David didn't continue to comfort Knight Miller, and simply followed him back to the castle. After returning to the castle, David stayed in the hall. The butler accompanied him and told David some interesting stories about Warstar. This butler was very good at chatting and knew a lot of things that David had never heard of, so he didn't neglect David. That said, David's understanding of Warstar was too low. He hadn't been on Warstar for many days, and he had been busy fighting for the past few days. Having the butler accompany David in the hall wasn't because the owner was neglecting David. Knight Miller and Baron Du Bois both had matters to attend to, so having the butler accompany them was a form of hospitality for the nobles of the great world of God. To a certain extent, the butler could represent the nobles themselves. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Baron Du Bois and Knight Miller arrived in the hall. "Mr. David, I apologize for my rudeness." Baron Du Bois bowed and apologized to David. "Mr. Du Bois, you don't need to be like this." David stood up and returned the greeting. "How about this? You and Miller aren't that far apart in age. You can call me uncle like Miller, and I'll call you by your name." Baron Du Bois proposed. David wasn't too surprised by Baron Du Bois' proposal, but the eyes of the butler, standing to the side, flashed with shock. Although Baron Du Bois was only a baron, his title was earned through his own hard work. It wasn't inherited through inheritance. According to the family's traditions, Baron Du Bois was the most likely successor to the family's title, so the title of baron wasn't his true identity. Having David call him uncle meant that he had accepted David as his nephew. For someone of Baron Du Bois' status, this was a form of recognition. With their relationship, if something happened to David in the future, Baron Du Bois would definitely stand up for David. "Uncle Du Bois." David didn't refuse. He was very happy to call such a powerhouse uncle. "Ha, David, you'll have to come here often in the future. I don't have any gifts on hand, but from your previous appearance, I reckon you must be very wealthy." As for a greeting gift, Baron Du Bois paused for a moment and thought for a moment before saying, I'll provide you with the leaves of the earth vein tree for your future training. Thank you, Uncle. David was delighted when he heard this. He had taken a leaves of the earth vein tree before, and the effects were too good. It could definitely speed up his advancement. Butler, send someone to deliver the leaves of the earth vein tree to David regularly in the future. Baron Du Bois turned to the butler and instructed. Yes, master. The butler bowed and replied. Baron Du Bois sighed and said, It's a pity that you're a member of the Federation and don't have a bloodline. Otherwise, I would have accepted you into the family. Your spirit is very strong, and you have such strength at such a young age. Your talent is also very good. It's just that the great world of God has restrictions, so I can't give you too much help. David said with a smile, With the leaves of the earth vein tree provided by you, my cultivation won't have any problems. I'll be able to become a transcendent as soon as possible. Transcendent. Baron Du Bois shook his head and didn't say much. However, from his tone, it was clear that he didn't have a good opinion of the transcendent. For the powerhouses of the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation had a huge advantage in terms of technology, especially the super battleships in space and their powerful energy weapons. Those were the true strength of the Interstellar Federation, the great world of God, and the insectoids. As for the transcendent, it could only be considered an intermediate fighting force. Knight Millet said with a smile, David, if you want, you can leave the Federation and come to the great world of God. I'll help you arrange things in the family. At the very least, you can become an alchemist. What nonsense are you talking about? Baron Du Bois lightly scolded. He turned to David and said, Although Millet's words are despicable, if you can't stay in the Federation, you can look for me at any time. Or take this badge and look for anyone in the great world of God. He'll take you to the family. Baron Du Bois took out a badge that looked like an ornament. There was an eagle on the badge, and he handed it to David. I got it. David thanked Baron Du Bois and Knight Millet for their good intentions. Although he didn't want to go to the great world of God, he didn't refuse Baron Du Bois' good intentions. Baron Du Bois saw David accept the badge and said with a laugh, I'm hungry after the fight. Let's go and try our great world of God's food. A golden chandelier hung from the top of the castle's dining hall. Thick candles were lit on the chandelier. More than 10 candles lit up the entire dining hall. Because this kind of castle had to defend against enemies, it had no windows and was very small, so the lighting wasn't good. After David entered the dining hall, he smelled a faint fragrance. He looked at the candles because they were the source of the fragrance. Knight Millet saw David notice the candles, so he explained to David with a smile, These are candles made from dragon whale oil. After they're lit, the fragrance can make the mind more focused. David was also curious. There were treasures everywhere in the great world of God. This kind of fragrance that could make the mind more focused was very sensitive to people like him. Smelling this fragrance during training could increase the effect of training by a small amount. Smelling this fragrance for a long time could even slowly increase one's mind. In fact, dragon whale oil wasn't something that could be found everywhere in the great world of God. Only the castle of a powerhouse like Baron Du Bois would use it like this. Baron Du Bois sat at the head of the table. David was arranged to sit on the right side of Baron Du Bois. Knight Millet didn't need to be arranged and sat directly on the left side of Baron Du Bois. David didn't know the etiquette of the great world of God's dining hall. If he did, he would know that this arrangement wasn't for guests, but for family members. Generally, guests would be arranged to sit on the opposite side of the table. If there were many guests, they would be arranged to sit on the opposite side of the table. David didn't speak after sitting down. In a situation where he didn't know the etiquette, this was the best method. Baron Du Bois picked up the golden bell beside him and gently shook it twice. Soon after he put down the bell, the butler brought the servants to deliver the dishes. Chapter 478. David himself was a cooking master, and a top-notch one at that. Naturally, he could tell whether a dish was good or bad. The first dish was fried beef. David picked up the knife and fork to cut the beef. The way the beef was prepared was pretty good, but it still wasn't at the level of a cooking master. Of course, This was only in regards to the frying technique. When he put the beef in his mouth, his eyes were full of surprise. Although the beef didn't have the ability to absorb as much energy as the earth vein tree leaf, it still had a trace of very gentle energy. This gentle energy had a special feeling in the mouth, as if it was nourishing the taste buds. This feeling was very special, and it made David somewhat absent-minded. When the beef entered his stomach, the gentle energy flowed into his body and slowly strengthened his internal organs. This effect was very weak, but his body would slowly strengthen just by eating. This was already very good. It must be known that this method of strengthening was completely different from cultivation. Food had to be eaten every day to strengthen the body. This didn't conflict with cultivation, and there were no side effects. After that, the smoked fish, fruits, and so on. Even the red wine more or less had this gentle energy. During the meal, David had many questions in his heart, but seeing that Night Millet and Baron Du Bois didn't speak, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to speak. After the meal, David felt his whole body heating up. The gentle energy continued to spread throughout his body. This feeling of being able to increase his strength just by lying down made him extremely envious of the practitioners of the great world of God. David, come and drink a glass of water. Baron Du Bois stood up and said to David. Then he turned to Night Millet and said, You too. Okay, uncle. Night Millet said very excitedly. David didn't understand why Night Millet was so excited. He followed Baron Du Bois into the lounge on the side. The housekeeper gave the three of them 3 glasses of water, then bowed and retreated. David, how does the food of the great world of God compare to yours? Baron Du Bois asked David with a smile. I don't know how to compare. The ingredients in the great world of God are beyond imagination. Although the chef's skills are average, the dishes are still far superior to the Federation's food. David said honestly, I didn't think that David would have such an understanding of cooking. Because this is Warstar, I didn't bring the best chefs. The chefs here truly aren't that great. Baron Du Bois laughed. I just like to cook some dishes to satisfy my appetite. David said modestly. He had no way of explaining how he could possess the ability of a cooking master, so he could only give a vague explanation. Only the Federation would be so casual, Baron Du Bois said with a smile. Then, he thought of David's identity and explained, I'm not belittling the Federation. Our customs and systems are different. On our side, a genius like you wouldn't have the opportunity to come in contact with cooking. David nodded, indicating that he understood. When it comes to ingredients, this is also related to the systems of our 2 worlds. In the great world of God, all the top-grade ingredients are only supplied to nobles. For example, that redwater beef just now. If a non-noble dares to eat it, it's a crime. Of course, you're not someone from the great world of God, so you're not included in this. Baron Du Bois explained with a smile. David understood what Baron Du Bois was trying to say. The resources of the great world of God were concentrated in the hands of nobles. In the Federation, as long as one had credits, they could buy many resources. Special resources were monopolized by various factions, which was different from concentrating resources on a specific group of people. David took a sip of the water in his hand. An icy chill spread from his mouth to his stomach, where it combined with the warm energy he had just eaten, causing the warm energy to spread even faster. Only then did he realize that even the seemingly ordinary water in his hand was extremely unusual. David didn't stay for long. After drinking the water in his cup, he declined Baron Du Bois' invitation to stay. While David was in the castle, Buffington Transcendent sent him many messages. If David wasn't worried about being rude, he would have already replied. Don't look at how amiable Baron Du Bois was towards him. He couldn't forget the battle between Baron Du Bois and the rank for poisonous fanged ant. The existence that could kill the poisonous fanged ant made him have no choice but to maintain the best etiquette. Naturally, David believed that etiquette was the best. The etiquette of the 2 worlds was clearly different. The etiquette of the great world of God was very complicated. This could be seen from the butler. Baron Du Bois and Knight Miller had always been accommodating David's habits. Buffington, I'm on my way back. I'll be back at the base's defense line in a while. David opened Buffington Transcendent's messages and saw that they were all asking about the situation, so he replied. At this time, David was flying in the air, leaving a message through the communication device in his mask. On the other side, Buffington Transcendent received David's message, and the stone in his heart was finally lifted. David, it's good that you're okay. Buffington Transcendent immediately contacted David. When they learned that David was near the 9th forward base, Buffington Transcendent did feel relief for a while, but only for a while. Not long after, they heard that the 9th forward base's defense line had been broken. If they hadn't heard that there were strong people from the great world of God defending there, the Transcendent would have been ready to gather. Letting the Transcendent deal with the level 4 Zerg was a nightmare. Although this kind of nightmare rarely happened, it had happened before. When the Transcendent besieged the level 4 Zerg, the most powerful Transcendent would hold a level 4 weapon to attack, while the rest of the Transcendent would be responsible for attracting the level 4 Zerg's attack. This kind of strategy had always been circulating in the Transcendent, but no Transcendent really wanted to implement it. Buffington Transcendent was not worried about the level 4 Zerg's continued destruction after the defense line was broken, but he still needed to worry about David's safety, because David happened to be there. After that, Buffington Transcendent sent a number of messages, but David did not reply, which increases worries. When you sent the message, I was busy and couldn't reply. Now, I'll reply as soon as I'm free. David knew that he had made Buffington Transcendent worried, so he explained, You're okay. Don't go to the defense line. Go straight back to the base headquarters. Buffington Transcendent said. David changed direction and returned to the 4th forward base's headquarters after dozens of minutes of flight. As soon as he entered the headquarters, Buffington Transcendent's adjutant was waiting at the door. When he saw David, he immediately greeted him. Major, the general is waiting for you. The adjutant saluted. David returned the salute, nodded, and walked quickly to the office of Buffington Transcendent. When he entered the conference room, the 4 Transcendent were all there. David, we didn't cooperate well in this operation. You lost the magic amulet and almost couldn't come back. We will find a way to get you another magic amulet in the future. We have discussed it before. We will give you all the harvest this time as compensation. Buffington Transcendent said in a deep voice. David had just sat down, but after hearing Buffington Transcendent's words, he immediately stood up again. Buffington, I said before that cooperation is our common matter. There is no need to talk about compensation. David said firmly. David, you must accept it. Otherwise, we can't go out to perform missions with you in the future. This is the rule of forming a team. In any team, protecting Kaji is the first priority. Buffington Transcendent waved his hand and said, Well, I will accept the strengthened meat. This is what I need for my training. As for the rest, forget it. In fact, I don't lack grade 3 materials. David said helplessly. Although David's words sounded very arrogant, the 4 Transcendent understood. The 4 Transcendent knew that David had a lot of wealth. With the wealth and power in David's hands, it was not a big problem to get some grade 3 materials. However, the 4 Transcendents did not know that although the Urtua Foundation was able to obtain level 3 materials, the amount of time and effort required, as well as the amount that could be obtained, was not what David wanted. David had more than enough Tier 3 weapons in his possession, and even he could not use all of them. Leave the grade 3 materials and give all the strengthened meat to David. We will compensate you with some grade 3 strengthened meat. Buffington Transcendent said. When he saw that David was about to refuse, he immediately waved his hand and said, David, you don't have to refuse. We are taking advantage of you. When David heard Buffington Transcendent say so, he didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. That's right. The grade 3 strengthened meat will be sent to your dorm later. Buffington Transcendent said with a smile on his face. This is the flashing spear. Unfortunately, I didn't use it. Buffington Transcendent said as he took out the flashing spear and handed it to David. I'll lend it to you for the next mission. You will be able to use it then. David said as he took the flashing spear. David didn't plan to give this grade of weapon to Buffington Transcendent. Even David himself only had 2 quasi-transcendent weapons. He was also a spearmaster. Maybe one day he would get a grand spearmaster knowledge ball and change his main weapon to a flashing spear. It was because of this unexpected possibility that David kept so many grade 3 weapons like a miser. There was nothing he could do about it. The main reason he improved his strength was not because of his own training. At his age, how much time could he have to train? Although his main weapon now was a heavy axe, once his heavy sword mastery or spear mastery reached the grandmaster level, he would immediately switch to a pseudo-transcendent weapon as his main weapon. David, did you encounter that level 4 insectoid? Transcendent Garth on the side asked curiously. The 4 Transcendent had been worried about David for a long time. They were also worried that David had encountered that level 4 insectoid. Yes, I did. It was a poisonous tusk giant ant. It killed a knight's warhorse with one slap. David said with a lingering fear. Even if David didn't explain in detail, Transcendent Garth could imagine the danger at that time. He asked, "How did you escape?" "A great world of God powerhouse killed that poisonous tusk giant ant," David replied. "Only one powerhouse killed the poisonous tusk giant ant." Transcendent Babington stood up abruptly and asked in disbelief. As the frontline Transcendent, they were very clear about how terrifying a level 4 insectoid was. Not to mention the poisonous tusk giant ant, which had a special poisonous ability. This kind of powerful insectoid could destroy an area at any time. It was unimaginable that a powerhouse could kill it in a one-on-one battle. Yes, it was a powerhouse, David said with certainty. "I need to report this to the military." Transcendent Buffington said in a deep voice, "I want to ask, do you know when the trade fair with the great world of God will start?" David asked a little embarrassedly. After David left the castle, he realized that he didn't ask about the time and location of the trade fair with the great world of God. He also didn't have the nerve to go back and ask, so the Transcendent at the base should know. Transcendent Buffington knew and immediately replied, "There are still 5 days, but we don't have the qualifications to participate. There are only 10 people in total. Even if we have 10 people and bring an entourage, that's only 20 people. In all of Warstar, or even the entire Federation, only these 20 people have the qualifications to participate in the trade fair. If you want to trade something, you won't be able to enter, so there's no point in asking." David thought that the scale of this trade fair would be very large, but he didn't think that the Federation would only have 10 people. This made him understand the importance of the trade fair in his hands. Transcendent Buffington misunderstood David's meaning and advised, "David, I'll find someone to find a way to get the magic talisman you lost. There's no need to think about buying it through the trade fair." David rubbed his nose and said, "Well, I have the qualifications to participate." David didn't plan to hide it. He didn't know many people on Warstar, and he could bring an entourage with him. He couldn't just let this spot go to waste, so he had to take care of his own people. "That's impossible, David. Are you sure?" The 4 Transcendent asked in unison. This news was even more shocking and unbelievable than the news that the great world of God expert had single-handedly killed the giant poisonous fanged ant. "Take a look and see if this is it," David asked as he took out the trade fair. The 4 Transcendent didn't extend their hands. Instead, they just looked at the trade fair in David's hand. The special pattern and material were difficult to replicate. In particular, this trade fair was bound to one's identity. Unless the holder gave permission, no one else could use the trade fair. Transcendent Buffington nodded and said, "I think so." Transcendent Garth firmly said, "It doesn't look like it. I can see it for myself." Transcendent Augustine confirmed one last time, "It's true. I've seen it once." Chapter 479. After confirming that the token in David's hand was indeed the trading qualification token, the 4 Transcendents' expressions were marvelous. The qualifications to trade with the great world of God had always been held by 10 people with qualification cards, and each of these 10 people had a powerful faction behind them. Because they had qualification cards, They could participate in the great world of God's trade fair and were sought after by the powerhouses of the Federation. It could be said that the qualification card wasn't just a matter of 2 trading spots, but also a matter of controlling resources. Perhaps some people from the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation would secretly trade with each other, but these kinds of transactions wouldn't happen very often. This was because the great world of God was very strict when it came to trading with the Interstellar Federation. Perhaps the great world of God would tolerate some small actions, but if the quality and quantity of transactions exceeded the limits, then the only thing waiting for them would be the great world of God's investigation. As such, only the trade fair organized by the government could continue. Even if these private transactions were successful, they had to consider the origin of the goods and whether the great world of God would investigate them. Of course, the great world of God wouldn't care about the Interstellar Federation, but the people from the great world of God who traded with the Interstellar Federation would be out of luck. This couldn't be helped. Although the 2 worlds complemented each other, the 2 worlds wouldn't have any deep interactions with each other. The great world of God didn't want the Federation's technology to appear in their world, as it would have a huge impact on their world and cause unimaginable changes. The Federation also couldn't obtain the core cultivation techniques of the great world of God, because even if they did, it would be useless. Without the corresponding bloodline to practice those cultivation techniques, they would be courting death. The 2 sides only cooperated and rarely communicated, which led to this strange phenomenon. Even though the powerhouses of the 2 worlds were on planet Warstar, they didn't have much interaction. I still have one more slot for the trade fair in 5 days. Who do you want to go with me? David put away the qualification card and asked the 4 Transcendent. The 4 Transcendent looked at each other. They had been together for many years and already had a tacit understanding. They only needed to look at each other to make a decision. Let Augustine go with you. Besides him, we don't have enough items to trade for anything good. Transcendent Babington didn't refuse David's good intentions and said with a smile, Transcendent Augustine was the wealthiest of the 4 Transcendent. Because he was an extremely rare Transcendent who specialized in large shields, he was often invited to participate in missions by many Transcendent. Among the 4 Transcendent, only Transcendent Augustine had enough wealth to participate in the trade fair. Therefore, the 4 Transcendent didn't hesitate and reached a decision. Okay, Augustine will go with me in 5 days. I don't know the way either. David replied with a smile. David left the office with a flash spear, leaving only the 4 Transcendent. Which powerhouse of the great world of God did David strike up a relationship with? Transcendent Babington said enviously. Do you still need to ask? It must be the powerhouse of the great world of God, who could kill the giant poisonous, fanged Analone. Transcendent Babington said with a smile. In fact, they all knew that this was the most likely possibility. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? We need to store more things in the future. Otherwise, if we have the qualifications to trade, but don't have the corresponding items, the other Transcendent will laugh to death. Transcendent Garth said with a bitter smile. As long as David was in the 4th frontline base, the trade qualification card in his hand would naturally give priority to the 4 Transcendent. If such a good opportunity was wasted because they didn't have the items to trade, not to mention the other Transcendent, even they themselves would regret it. It was hard to say how long David could stay in the 4th frontline base. As long as David became a Transcendent, he would be transferred out of the 4th frontline base. Leaving the 4 Transcendents' entanglement aside, after David returned to his dorm, he placed the rank 3 shining spear together with the knight's armor he obtained. This kind of rank 3 weapon that had been dropped in an explosion couldn't be secretly stored in a space item. Before David could sit down, his identity bracelet began to vibrate. He opened it and saw that it was a reminder from the guards of the headquarters that there was a visitor. This time, David didn't wear his armor. Instead, he wore a military uniform and walked towards the door. He was a bit curious as to who was looking for him. When he arrived at the door, David saw a familiar face. It was a knight from Baron Du Bois' castle. Although David didn't know the knight's name, he recognized his face. "Sir, the Baron asked me to send this over. Please accept it." The knight saw David and jumped down from his horse. He bowed and handed over the box in his hand. The knight's Federation language was very shaky. It could be seen that he didn't use it much, but his expression was still very clear. "Thank you for your trouble," David said as he took the box. David naturally guessed the item in the box, but he didn't expect that it would be delivered right after he returned to the headquarters. The knight saw that the box had been delivered and bowed again. Then, he jumped on his horse and turned to leave. The guards in front of the headquarters, as well as the soldiers in the control room, were all stunned by the knight's performance. They had never seen a knight show such respect to someone from the Federation. It had to be known that they had almost never seen a knight leave his horse. Normally, when they saw a knight, they wouldn't even speak, let alone salute him. Therefore, when David returned to his dormitory with the box, the headquarters had already spread the news of David's special relationship with the great world of God. David sat on the sofa in the living room and put down the box. The box was very exquisite. There were patterns on the surface. These patterns weren't decorations, because David couldn't sense any aura inside the box while holding it. With David's mind power, such a situation shouldn't have happened at such a close distance. If there was, it could only mean that the box had a special function. The box wasn't locked. David casually opened it and saw 30 even smaller boxes inside. The boxes were made of some kind of wood, but he couldn't recognize it. After taking out a box, David saw that there was only a single leaf inside. From the aura of the leaf, he could confirm that it was the earth vein leaf. 30 small boxes. That was a month's supply. There was also a piece of leather paper in the box. On it, the instructions to use the earth vein leaf were written in the Federation language. David was extremely grateful to Baron Dubois. His attentiveness had saved him a lot of trouble. He summoned the shadow attendant and put the 30 earth vein leaves into his spatial ring. Afterward, he pressed a hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, and a majestic soul energy surged into him. This time, the soul energy came from 2 level 3 insectoids and 1 level 4 insectoid. The level 4 insectoid, in particular, made him look forward to the increase of his mind power. Inside David's soul, the sky above the soul fortress was raining heavily. The entire soul fortress was becoming more and more lively in the rain. The soul fortress was becoming more and more lively, and the arrow of spirit seedling began to grow. The walls of the soul fortress were also becoming thicker, and the slumber and bewitchment patterns on the walls were becoming brighter. David sensed the changes in the soul fortress. The changes weren't big, but they were very obvious. The rain continued for a few minutes. When the last drop of rain fell, the arrow of spirit seedling had become a small tree, and the arrow of spirit inside had become a long arrow. Although he hadn't tested its power, David estimated that the power of the arrow of spirit had increased by at least 2 times. Originally, the power of the arrow of spirit was getting weaker and weaker. Although David's mind power was increasing very quickly, the level of the arrow of spirit itself wasn't high enough. It could only be used against enemies below the transcendent level. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the arrow of spirit came from a low-level great world of God intelligence agent. The arrow of spirit was only at 10% proficiency, so it wasn't very realistic to expect it to be too powerful. As for the slumber and bewitchment patterns, their power had also increased a little. David let the shadow attendant activate the attribute panel. He looked at his own mind power. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Although he could feel that his mind was exceptionally clear, and his thinking speed had increased a lot, he still didn't think that the soul energy of a level 4 insectoid could increase his mind power this much. Will, 799. That was his current value. David had a feeling that his will could increase to 8 at any time. It was a kind of intuition, and he trusted his intuition. He also saw that the arrow of spirit had increased to 1% proficiency. It seemed that the seedling in the soul fortress had grown, and this spirit attack ability had automatically increased. David thought about it for a moment and understood why the soul energy of the poisonous tusk giant ant could give him such a huge boost to his spirit. The level 4 insectoid poisonous tusk giant ant wasn't something that David could face right now. If it wasn't for Baron du Bois, it would have been impossible to kill it, let alone obtain its soul. This could be said to be a reward that transcended many levels at once. For someone of David's level, the poisonous tusk giant ant was something that he could only hope for. Of course, the soul energy was only one of the rewards. David was more concerned about what kind of knowledge orbs the poisonous tusk giant ant could give him. David let the shadow attendant separate the knowledge orbs he obtained today, and 4 knowledge orbs appeared in front of his eyes. The 2 flame control, talent, prerequisites not met. White knowledge orbs didn't surprise David. They were provided by the 2 level 3 giant pincer flaming bugs. Flame summoning talent. When David noticed the 3rd white ball of knowledge, he realized that it was a knowledge ball that he could learn. David couldn't help but think about the origin of this flame drawing talent knowledge orb. If it was related to fire, he immediately thought of the possibility of it being the giant pincer flaming bug larva. That giant pincer flaming bug larva didn't have any fighting power, but no matter what, it still had the genes of the level 3 giant pincer flaming bug, so it must have some ability related to fire. From David's point of view, since the giant pincer flaming bug larva was not as good as him in all aspects, then there was a high possibility that he could master the ability of the giant pincer flaming bug larva. David didn't think too much about it. He immediately let the shadow attendant guide the flame-drawing talent knowledge orb into his body. He originally thought that this fire talent ability would be very complicated, but when he entered the illusion only lasted for 10 minutes before it ended. He knew that he had overestimated this talent ability. The name Flame Drawing was very fitting because its power was only able to draw fire. David helplessly looked at the little flame that appeared after he flicked his finger. This was the power of the flame drawing technique. What can this little flame do? He mumbled to himself. In fact, the giant pincer flaming bug larva didn't have any fighting power, so it was unrealistic to want to get any powerful fire talent ability from it. Besides, David didn't have any fire energy. Other than this flame-drawing technique that only relied on a special talent ability and didn't need any fire energy to support it, even if he was given a powerful fire ability, he wouldn't be able to use it. David's mind moved, and he withdrew the flame-drawing technique. The flame in his hand also disappeared. This flame-drawing technique was abandoned by him, and he probably wouldn't be able to use it in the future. With the exoskeleton armor, even if he was in the wild, with the Federation's technology, he wouldn't need to do anything like igniting a fire himself. David looked at the last knowledge orb, which was also a white knowledge orb. First of all, he saw that there was no conditions not met. He was certain that this knowledge orb's name was Additional Poison Talent. This was the gift that the giant poisonous fanged ant soul gave him, a seemingly ordinary talent ability. However, David didn't think that it was ordinary at all. With the shadow attendant's ability to extract knowledge orbs from soul energy, every knowledge orb that was extracted was the ability that the soul owner was most familiar with when they were alive. It was an ability that the level 4 insectoid giant poisonous fanged ant was most familiar with, and it was also a poison-related ability. Most importantly, it was something that David could learn, so David was already very satisfied. David controlled the shadow attendant to absorb the additional poison talent knowledge orb into his body. Then, his vision changed, and he entered an illusion. He entered the giant poisonous fanged ant's body. Looking around, he knew that this was the giant poisonous fanged ant's nest. The giant poisonous fanged ant was controlling its mind and repeatedly drawing a strange pattern. David could receive all of the giant poisonous fanged ant senses, so it was like David was also practicing. Chapter 480. He didn't know if it was because of the fanged poisonous giant ant, but David felt very close to this strange pattern. It was almost like it was his instinct. The drawing of the strange pattern was very complicated. It had to increase and decrease the strength of the spirit. There were many places where the strength had to be changed continuously. All of these had to be accurate to 100%, or else it would fail. Of course, The drawing of the fanged, poisonous giant ant wouldn't fail. It was more like an instinctive operation. This was the basic ability that the fanged, poisonous giant ant had obtained from its genes. The finished drawing of the strange pattern needed to be guided by the spirit to condense on a specific object. The fanged, poisonous giant ant naturally guided the strange pattern to its claws. After the strange pattern condensed, the claws that were shining with a faint purple light began to emit a green light. This illusion didn't last long. It probably had something to do with David's spirit strength. Although it was the talent of a level 4 insect, David learned it very quickly. The function of the poison attachment, talent, was very simple. It used the poison pattern in the fanged, poisonous giant ant's inheritance to produce a special transcendent poison. Then this transcendent poison would be added to a specific weapon. This weapon's attack within a certain period of time would have a highly toxic effect. Of course, the poison produced by the poison attachment, talent, could also be absorbed through the poison attachment pattern to achieve the effect of detoxification. Unfortunately, the poison attachment pattern could only absorb the poison produced by the poison attachment pattern. It had no effect on other poisons. After David learned the poison attachment talent, he didn't test it out. This poison was too dangerous. Although the poison attachment pattern could reverse absorb it, who knew if the poison would be so powerful that it wouldn't even have enough time to reverse the absorption? To test this ability, it was best to test it out in the wild and find some insects. He got 2 abilities in one mission. Although one of the abilities wasn't very useful and could only be used to show off, David was still very happy. Especially the poison attachment talent. This could greatly make up for his lack of attack power. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the Shadow Servant's ability was too powerful, it would be impossible for the fanged, poisonous giant ant's ability to be mastered by other life forms other than the ant. This was because other than drawing the poison engraving pattern with one's mind also needed to have a corresponding characteristic. This was like adding a lock on this ability. If one's mind didn't have a special frequency, then even if one learned the poison engraving pattern, they wouldn't be able to produce the poison engraving effect. The fanged, poisonous giant ant's most terrifying ability wasn't the poisonous fog that spread outwards. Instead, it was this extremely basic, but even more deadly innate ability of poison attachment, given Baron Du Bois' strength. He could ignore the poisonous fog when facing the fanged, poisonous giant ant, but he didn't dare to take a single hit from it. This was the terror of the poison adhering talent. The poison fog only affected the air. No matter how good it was at penetrating the air, there would still be ways to deal with it. However, adhering poison broke through the defense after the attack and left the transcendent poison at the wound, thereby poisoning the target. The former could be prevented, but the latter could be fatal as long as one was hit. At night, the Babington Transcendent's adjutant sent over a batch of level 3 strengthened meat. This was something they had discussed beforehand, so David accepted it with a smile. The level 3 strengthened meat provided by the 2 level 3 giant pincer flaming bugs had already been cut up. The 4 strengthened meat was divided into 40 portions, and with the 30 portions the Transcendent had given to David as compensation, David had over 2 months' worth of level 3 strengthened meat. The next morning, the first thing David did after waking up was to take out a portion of the earth vein tree leaf. Each portion was actually just 1 leaf. According to the instructions, he carefully cut the earth vein tree leaf into thin strands and then boiled them for 5 minutes to completely dissolve the energy within the earth vein tree leaf in the water. While practicing this spirit forging metal body technique, he had extravagantly consumed both the level 3 strengthened meat and the earth vein tree leaf. An hour later, the rest of the energy was consumed by the soft body technique. After morning practice, David discovered that the effect of his training today was about 3 times better than before. At this rate, reaching the transcendent level was just around the corner. At 8:30, the adjutant, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, piloted the Wings of Death assault ship. David and his 6 Kaji subordinates went to the defense line together. This time, he was a little early, so he went to the 1st Battalion's defense wall first. There was clearly a problem with the 1st Battalion's morale today. All the soldiers were very quiet, and the atmosphere within the defense wall was extremely depressing. When David saw the battalion commander, Captain Macaulay, he couldn't help but ask, "Captain Macaulay, what's going on today?" "Major, don't you know what happened yesterday?" Captain Macaulay couldn't help but feel strange when he heard David's question. There was no way to hide the fact that the level 4 insectoids had broken through the defense line of the 9th Battalion yesterday. It had already spread throughout the military. Although there were soldiers sacrificing themselves to stop the insectoids every day, this kind of sacrifice was still manageable. What happened at the 9th Battalion's defense line made the soldiers in the same environment feel worried. It wasn't that the soldiers were afraid of fighting, but a deep sense of helplessness. The level 4 insectoids attack on the defense line wasn't something the soldiers here could stop. They'd even heard that the great world of God's Night Squad had all died in battle. This kind of news was a huge blow to the soldiers' confidence. Captain Macaulay had done a lot of work, but the results weren't good. This was the disadvantage of having a developed information system. There were videos and explanations of what happened at the 9th Battalion Skynet Forum. How are the losses at the 9th Battalion's defense line? David really didn't know the situation at the 9th Battalion's defense line. When he saw the look on Captain Macaulay's face, he knew that the losses were probably heavy. "We've lost more than half, and this is because the military sent a large number of medical spaceships over. Otherwise, more soldiers would have been sacrificed." Captain Macaulay replied in a deep voice. David was also shocked. More than 7,000 soldiers were sacrificed, and this was just the result of a level 4 insectoid attacking the defense line. According to the combat power of the level 4 insectoid giant poisonous fanged ant, it shouldn't have started a massacre. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any soldiers left. However, even so, David was still shocked. This was the horror of war. Let me tell everyone that the level 4 insectoid giant poisonous fanged ant that broke through the 9th Battalion's defense line was killed. David thought about it and told Captain Macaulay the news. "What? The level 4 insectoid giant poisonous fanged ant was killed? Who killed it?" Captain Macaulay asked in disbelief. "I saw it with my own eyes. It was killed by a great world of God." David confirmed. A rare flush appeared on Captain Macaulay's face. Although he had killed quite a few level 4 insectoids on Battlestar, every time he heard this kind of news, it would make him excited. An almost invincible level 4 insectoid had broken through the defense line and still been killed. This was very important for raising morale. Captain Macaulay quickly passed this news to the soldiers on the defense line, and the lost morale was reignited. The insectoids didn't come on time today, and the drones sent out didn't find any gathering of insectoids in the insectoid territory. Of course, this was only because the nearby defense lines didn't have any insectoids. The insectoids on the other defense lines that were a little further away still started their daily attacks on time. David wondered if this had something to do with the death of the giant poisonous fanged ant. This area was the territory of the giant poisonous fanged ant, and without the giant poisonous fanged ant, there were no more level 4 insectoids to organize their swarms. David's guess was right. The attacks that required level 3 insectoids were all controlled by level 4 insectoids. The death of the giant poisonous fanged ant caused the insectoids in this area to lose control of level 4 insectoids for a short period of time. This wouldn't take too long, and a new level 4 insectoid would take over in a few days. Second Lieutenant Mawson, you and Second Lieutenant Harcourt stay here. I'll go ahead and take a look. David decided to enter the insectoid territory after seeing that there were no more insectoids coming over, so he ordered Second Lieutenant Mawson. Second Lieutenant Mawson really wanted to advise David, but he didn't know what to say. He also knew what David and the 4 Transcendent had done yesterday. David had returned from the insectoid territory by himself, so he believed that as long as David didn't go too deep into the insectoid territory, he wouldn't be in any danger. "Yes, Major," Second Lieutenant Mawson replied in a deep voice. David then greeted Transcendent Benton and Transcendent Garth. The two Transcendent were also very relaxed, but they didn't say anything else after telling him not to go too deep. Although there was no problem with safety, David still wore the camouflage cloth, and a shadow attendant carefully observed from 40 meters above his head. Ever since he saw the terror of the giant poisonous fanged ant, he didn't dare to underestimate the insectoids here. It was never wrong to be careful. After entering about 20 kilometers from the 4th frontline base, David chose a lone armored rockworm as his target. The armored rockworm was no longer a powerful insectoid to David. In fact, as long as it was a level 2 insectoid, there wasn't anything that David couldn't handle with ease. The reason why he chose the armored rockworm was because David wanted to test the effects of the attached poison talent. The armored rockworm's defense and vitality were both at the peak of a level 2 insectoid. If it was effective against the armored rockworm, David would continue to test it on stronger insectoids. David's ability to hide his presence could even hide from a level 4 insectoid, so the level 2 armored rockworm naturally couldn't detect him. When he was 20 meters away, he gave up on hiding his presence. He held the level 3 heavy axe in his right hand and rushed towards the armored rockworm. The armored rockworm also noticed David and immediately let out a howl before charging towards David. This was also because David was only a peak Kaji, so the armored rockworm wasn't afraid of David. David's peak Kaji strength was extremely confusing. It would cause the insectoids to misjudge his fighting power. The Master Heavy Axe was enough to raise his fighting power by 1 level, reaching the level of a Transcendent. David's mind quickly drew a complicated attached poison pattern. This process was as simple as drinking water to him. When he was 10 meters away from the armored rockworm, the attached poison pattern was drawn. The attached poison pattern absorbed the surrounding energy, and under the guidance of David's mind, it flew into the level 3 heavy axe in his hand. David could clearly see a green light flashing on the blade of the level 3 heavy axe. It was very hard to notice in a level 3 heavy axe that was already flashing with green light. If he didn't have a preconceived idea, he wouldn't have noticed this change at all. When David was 5 meters away from the armored rockworm, David could already feel the connection of the spirit thread. If he wanted to kill the armored rockworm now, all he needed to do was to use the spirit thread to get rid of the armored rockworm. But this wasn't David's goal. He intentionally avoided the spirit thread and nimbly dodged the charge of the armored rockworm. The level 3 heavy axe in his hand cut a small wound on the side of the armored rockworm. This small wound was negligible to the armored rockworm. But when the armored rockworm rushed a few meters away, its entire body began to glow with a strange green color. Then the armored rockworm fell to the ground. Almost a second later, David felt the shadow attendant fly over and absorb a soul. What a terrifying poison, David whispered to himself. With the armored rockworm's life force, it would only take 2 seconds for it to die. If this poison was used on a human, what would the result be? Would it cause instant death? David walked over to the armored rockworm's carcass. The green color on the carcass was still the same. He waved his hand and used his spirit to draw the poison enchanting pattern again, but this time it appeared on his palm. He placed his hand on the armored rockworm's carcass, and all the green color gathered toward his palm. Soon, the poison enchanting pattern on his palm glowed green. When David felt the armored rockworm's carcass no longer gathering the poison towards the poison enchanting pattern, he dispersed the poison enchanting pattern. Together with the poison enchanting pattern turned into green light spots and dissipated in the air, converting the poison back into energy in the air. David was worried that using the poison enchanting talent would affect the strengthened meat and materials on the armored rockworm's carcass. He took out a decomposing knife and started to cut the armored rockworm. The level 2 strengthened meat and the claws and teeth of the armored rockworm were all removed. The level 2 materials were not a problem. David was sure of that as soon as he touched it. He had been using level 2 weapons for a long time, so he was very familiar with the level 2 materials. As for the level 2 strengthened meat, David cut a little with the decomposing knife and put it into his mouth. The level 2 strengthened meat went into his mouth. Although the unprocessed level 2 strengthened meat had the unpleasant taste of the armored rockworm, the effect did not decrease. Instead, it was stronger because it was fresher. No problem, David judged. Chapter 481. David put away the level 2 strengthened meat. He did not decompose the level 2 material. That level of material was no longer attractive to him. He once again entered the insectoid territory. This time, he wanted to find a stronger insectoid to test it out. Along the way, David avoided many level 2 insectoids. Based on his recent experience, the level 2 insectoids were so concentrated here. This should be the periphery of a level 3 insectoid nest. David did not use the map that Transcendent Buffington had shared with him. That was the mission of the 4 Transcendent, and he had no reason to be first. Although the 4 Transcendent would not say anything if David killed 1 or 2 level 3 insectoids in advance, David thought that it was because they trusted each other. Besides, there were many level 3 insectoids here, and the ones on the map were only a part of it. Sure enough, after passing through the area where the level 2 insectoids were very concentrated, there were no more level 2 insectoids near a canyon. There were only a few level 1 insectoids wandering around. David put on the camouflage cloth and moved to the top of the canyon. He did not poke his head out, and the shadow attendant flew into the canyon first. Before he saw anything, he heard a rush of footsteps. It was the sound of hard insectoid limbs coming into contact with the rocky ground. There were a lot of footsteps, but when David saw the insectoid through the shadow attendant's eyes, he was not surprised. The level 3 Mirage Millipede was a level 3 insectoid that David had dealt with many times, but he had never fought it alone. The reason was that the Mirage Millipede was an extremely fast level 3 insectoid, and the Transcendent had helped him kill it several times before. Now, it was different. David was ready to use his new ability to test his combat power. If he succeeded, it would mean that he could kill a level 3 insectoid alone. Even a normal Transcendent did not have this kind of combat power. Of course, he was not ready to fight it head-on. With his current strength, he did not have the ability to do so. The Phantom Millipede seemed to be very excited in the canyon. It was jumping on several large rocks in the canyon. David watched for a while and realized that the 1,000-legged mirage worm was training. This was the first time he had seen the insectoids train themselves. He wouldn't carry out the assassination now. With the Phantom Millipede's speed, he wouldn't be able to catch up to it. David believed that the Mirage Millipede would eventually stop. He looked at the cave in the canyon. According to his judgment, that was the nest of the Mirage Millipede. David, who was on top of the canyon, dived into the ground. With the shadow attendant guiding him from the outside, he easily arrived at the millipede phantom worm's nest and hid underground. David was not in a hurry. He was like an old hunter waiting for the arrival of his prey. After about 30 minutes, the 1,000-legged mirage worm dragged the corpse of a level 2 insectoid in. It seemed that the 1,000-legged mirage worm had gone out to bring back some food. The 1,000-legged mirage worm laid comfortably on the ground of the nest. Its 12 slender forelimbs easily cut open the corpse of the level 2 insectoid and put the most delicious meat into its mouth. The 1,000-legged mirage worm did not notice that the shadow attendant was right beside it, observing it. David's underground stealth was already on cooldown. He activated it now. The assassination must be completed within a minute. He activated extreme speed, strength shock, strength boost, and strength overlay. He activated all of his abilities to increase his real-time combat power. He was only separated from the 1,000-legged mirage worm by a layer of rock. He activated Charge Strike. 1 minute of underground stealth. David calculated in his mind. He focused all of his power on the level 3 heavy axe in his hand. Because of the 1,000-legged mirage worm's posture, David could not use the Transcendent Stiletto to give it a fatal blow. It was better to use the level 3 heavy axe. Under the effect of the spirit-severing heavy axe technique, The level 3 heavy axe was much faster and more powerful than the little transcendent stiletto. The best place to attack with the transcendent stiletto was the thousand-legged mirage worm's neck. However, if David wanted to attack that spot, he would have to go through the 12 slender forelimbs first. He counted down the last 10 seconds of underground stealth in his mind. When he counted down to 5, he used his mind to draw a poison pattern on the blade of the level 3 heavy axe. Afterward, he activated the spirit-severing heavy axe technique. Even though there was a layer of rock on the ground, a thread of mind still appeared and connected him to the thousand-legged mirage worm's vital points. When David counted down to 3 in his mind, he did not wait any longer. He swung the level 3 heavy axe in his hand out from the ground. Under the effect of charge strike, David felt all of the power in his body surge out in an instant. The level 3 heavy axe was swung out along the thread of mind, and the rock on the ground separated from the thousand-legged mirage worm automatically. The thousand-legged mirage worm did not expect that there would be such a fatal attack hidden under its body. When the thousand-legged mirage worm felt the attack coming, it was already too late. A green light from the axe hit the soft part of its abdomen. The defense there was the weakest part of its body. The level 3 heavy axe did not stop when it entered the thousand-legged mirage worm's abdomen. The power of the axe was just too great. The level 3 heavy axe continued to strike the thousand-legged mirage worm's chest from its abdomen. Wherever the axe passed, a strange green color appeared on the wound. Under the effect of charge strike, strength shockwave produced an unexpectedly terrifying effect. Under the effect of strength shockwave, the parts of the phantom millipede's soft innards that were close to the wound were even more damaged due to the shockwave produced by the shockwave. When the level 3 heavy axe split open the thousand-legged mirage worm's chest, the first wave of power disappeared. Then, the overlapping force came into effect again, and the same power as before appeared again. The thoracic bones of the phantom millipede were split open, and the blade of the axe entered its thoracic cavity, dyeing its thoracic cavity green as well. Unfortunately, the level 3 heavy axe in David's hand did not succeed in splitting open the thousand-legged mirage worm's heart. Of course, this was also intentional on David's part. If he really wanted to attack a more effective position, David would have waited a little longer. When the thousand-legged mirage worm stopped eating and was completely lying on the ground, all of its vital points would be exposed to David's effective attacks. David felt exhausted, but he still insisted on having the shadow attendant take out a level 3 large shield from the space ring. With 2 seconds left before the underground stealth ended, he quickly descended. The thousand-legged mirage worm was stunned by the sudden attack. David had attacked its abdomen. When David's attack ended, the level 3 heavy axe was withdrawn, and David dived underground. The thousand-legged mirage worm's 12 tiny front limbs could not move at all. Since the thousand-legged mirage worm was lying on the ground, if it wanted to use its 12 tiny front limbs to attack David, it would need to move its body. When it dragged its injured body to do so, David had already dived 10 meters underground. The shadow attendant stood next to the thousand-legged mirage worm and continued to observe its condition. The poison's effect had already been tested on a level 2 insectoid. Now it needed to see the effect on a level 3 insectoid. In 4 seconds, the thousand-legged mirage worm's 12 tiny front limbs stabbing the ground became sluggish. Originally, this kind of wound was not fatal for a level 3 insectoid. It would recover after a period of time. However, the poison's effect caused the thousand-legged mirage worm's life force to quickly drain away. In just 4 seconds, its strong body could not move. The poison's innate ability was a level 4 insectoid's innate ability. In an insectoid food chain, there is a huge difference between a level 4 and a level 3 insectoid. Although the difference was only 1 level, it was actually a world of difference. The thousand-legged mirage worm's body fell heavily to the ground. The shadow attendant pounced on it and absorbed a powerful soul. Although the thousand-legged mirage worm was dead, David did not immediately leave the ground. He used the exoskeleton armor's injection system to replenish himself with some nutrients. The attack power of this stored power strike was extremely terrifying, but the weakening effect that followed was unacceptable. And this was David. If anyone else used the charge-up strike in an insectoid territory, they would not be able to resist and would be torn apart by an insectoid that was weaker than them. In fact, David did not know that the charge-up strike was not a knight's standard combat skill. It was a skill that was used to train Deathsworn and assassins. Deathsworn who used the charge-up strike would not consider their own safety at all. All they needed was the most powerful attack power. Fortunately, David had the underground sneak and the ability to hide his presence. Even if he was weakened, he could still find a safe place to rest and recover. After 5 minutes underground and replenishing his nutrients, David's body recovered some strength. Only then did he reactivate the underground sneak and come to the surface. This was the thousand-legged mirage worm's nest, so no other insectoids dared to enter. This gave David enough time to recover. He first sealed the wound of the thousand-legged mirage worm with a material that could hide the blood. This time, he was going to bring the thousand-legged mirage worm's body back. Although his body was weak, his mind was not affected much. David used his mind to draw the poison pattern and retracted the poison from the thousand-legged mirage worm's body. After dealing with the body and resting in the thousand-legged mirage worm's nest for more than 10 minutes, David finally recovered his strength. He then carried the thousand-legged mirage worm's body and left the nest. With the shadow attendant scouting in the sky and David using the camouflage cloth to hide himself, nothing happened on the way back. When he got close to the 4th Frontline base's defense line, David sent his identity to the defense line to avoid any misunderstandings. At the same time, he put away the camouflage cloth and carried the thousand-legged mirage worm's body closer to the defense line. The news of David carrying the level 3,000-legged mirage worm's body back spread throughout the defense line. Many eyes were looking at David, and those eyes were full of admiration, especially the Kaji in the defense line. They were both Kaji, but David could kill level 3 insectoids, and they couldn't even deal with level 2 insectoids. Before he even reached the defense wall of the first camp, the Benton Transcendent and the Gar Transcendent had already flown over. The Benton Transcendent looked at David a little differently and asked in disbelief, "David, you didn't kill the thousand-legged mirage worm by yourself, did you?" He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death that David was able to pick up the corpse of a level 3 phantom millipede from an area occupied by the Zerg. However, he also wouldn't believe it if David was able to kill the phantom millipede alone. Luck, I was just lucky. David knew that bringing the thousand-legged mirage worm's body back would arouse people's curiosity, but he didn't want to hide the fact that he could kill a level 3 insectoid because it was related to the fact that he could bring back more level 3 insectoids' bodies in the future. He just said with a smile. The Benton Transcendent didn't know what to say about David. How could this be luck? However, he had seen David's ability to hide his presence as a sniper master. Plus, David was also a heavy axe grandmaster. No one had ever had these two abilities at the same time. No one could say for sure what kind of fighting power these two abilities could unleash when they appeared in the same person's body. Well, I'm going to the trade fair in a few days, and I don't have anything good to trade. I just want to get a few level 3 insectoids' bodies so that I can exchange them for something I want. David continued. David wasn't just thinking about this at the moment. Iswell had reached 799, almost infinitely close to 8. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill more level 3 insectoids and get more soul energy. Every time his will increased by a round number, he would need a lot of soul energy during the final impact. David wanted to see what kind of increases will would have after reaching 8 will. The Benton Transcendent glanced at the body of the millipede phantom worm and saw the wound that extended from its abdomen to its chest. He wanted to ask something, but was pulled back by the Transcendent Garth. The two Transcendent had been together for many years. When the Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent exchanged glances, the Benton Transcendent understood what the Transcendent meant. Don't pry into David's secrets. Which Transcendent didn't have any secrets? Otherwise, how could they stand out from the countless Kajis? The morale of the soldiers of the 4th Frontline Base rose again. Although level 3 insectoids were killed many times during the defensive war, it was because countless people had risked their lives in the war. It was only because David had participated in the war recently that the casualties were reduced. David had killed a level 3 insectoid alone this time. This had a huge impact on the morale of the soldiers. Chapter 482. For the next 2 days, David was basically immersed in the insectoid territory. With the efficiency of 2 to 3 level 3 insectoids per day, he was constantly bringing back level 3 insectoid corpses. With his efficiency, the Transcendent Buffington and the others could no longer ask David to participate in their mission. This was because the efficiency of the 4 Transcendent entering the insectoid territory with David was not comparable to David going alone. Of course, as the level 3 insectoids near the 4th Frontline Base were cleared out, it was not easy for David to find more level 3 insectoids. There were still 2 days before the trade fair. David had prepared 8 level 3 insectoid corpses. These were the items he prepared for the trade. David had inquired before. Level 3 insectoid corpses were the best trade items at any time, especially complete corpses like these. This was also the reason why the 4 Transcendent at the 4th Frontline Base wanted to bring back complete corpses when they hunted 2 giant claw flaming beetles with David. Later, due to an accident, they only brought back the important materials. The military had the most level 3 insectoid corpses, but the military also had the most demand for level 3 insectoid materials. Therefore, the level 3 insectoids harvested from the war could only be supplied to the military, and a small portion of them had to be distributed within the Federation. There were very few level 3 insectoid corpses that could be brought out, and level 3 insectoid corpses were important raw materials for making insectoid specimens. The insectoid specimens mentioned here were actually decorations with oppressive force. It could allow children to experience a weak level 3 insectoid pressure from a young age, thus training the child's strong spirit. This was a common practice for both the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God. In addition, level 3 insectoid corpses were very valuable even if they were not made into specimens. They could be decomposed as materials, separated from special tissues, used for research, and so on. Therefore, level 3 insectoid corpses were a kind of hard currency that could be used in both the Great World of God and the Interstellar Federation. The 8 level 3 insectoid corpses that David had were considered good trade items. For the sake of these 8 level 3 insectoids, David had been in danger many times even though he had underground stealth, poison, and power storing strike. A level 3 insectoid would still have 4 seconds to retaliate after being poisoned. Within these 4 seconds, if he had not used his level 3 mega shield, he would have been heavily injured many times over. In the morning, after David finished his practice, he saw his adjutant, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, at the door. "Good morning, Major." 2nd Lieutenant M.O. Sun saluted respectfully. After getting along with David for a period of time, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson no longer got along with him because of the orders from the military headquarters. He really respected David now. David's achievements in this short period of time in the Army made 2nd Lieutenant Mawson have a whole new level of respect for him. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson was also certain that David was the one who had made a lot of guesses in the Intelligence Department's information on David. For example, although there were many clues about how David could single-handedly destroy a megacorporation, there was no real evidence, so most of it was just guesses. Even if there were many clues to prove these guesses, it was still hard to completely believe. However, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson no longer had any doubts. David could single-handedly kill Transcendent and single-handedly kill level 3 insectoids. These deeds made it impossible for him to treat David as a Kaji. Even in Transcendent, there were very few people who could compare to David. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, I'm going to rest for the next 2 days. Pay attention to the situation at the defense line. Let me know if anything happens. David had checked the situation in the insectoid territory yesterday. If he wanted to find more level 3 insectoids, he would need to go deep into the insectoid territory. He did not plan to do that, so he decided to rest. "Major, you have work today," Second Lieutenant Mawson said as he sent a work plan through his identity bracelet. David was a little surprised. He still had work in the headquarters. He had forgotten that he still had the position of an inspector. He had given this job to Second Lieutenant Mawson. Second Lieutenant Mawson's workability was very strong. Even if he followed him to the defense line during the day, he still helped him perfectly handle all the work. David opened his identity bracelet and looked at the work plan. He couldn't help but frown. Due to the start of the general mobilization, the Interstellar Federation had a large-scale recruitment. David's batch was recruited from the nearest planet. More people were recruited from distant star fields. Today, the largest batch of recruits would arrive. There were 30,000 people assigned to the 4th Frontline Base. Among these 30,000 people, other than an extremely small number of technicians, the rest were Kaji. As an inspector, David had to attend the recruitment ceremony. Even though he was only a major, an inspector was an important military position in the 4th Frontline Base. Why are there 30,000 people all of a sudden? Our base only has a little more than 10,000 combat personnel. Isn't the base expanding? David asked in confusion. Asking questions to Second Lieutenant Mawson was also a habit of David. David had long seen that this adjutant of his wasn't simple. Many base officers didn't know about this, but Second Lieutenant Mawson had blurted it out. However, David didn't care who sent Second Lieutenant Mawson. He could see that Second Lieutenant Mawson didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Moreover, Second Lieutenant Mawson was very strong, which was exactly what he needed. According to the previous experience of the total war with the insectoids, without a large number of reserves, it's impossible to make up for the losses of the war. Second Lieutenant Mawson said helplessly, "I think these are all recruits. They don't even have any combat experience. Their usefulness is very limited." David said as he looked at the information in his hands. "That's why they were sent here at this time. These recruits will be sent to the defense line in batches to participate in the battle. They will experience the atmosphere of war and be prepared for the total war later." Second Lieutenant Mawson explained, "When will the recruits arrive? When will I participate in the ceremony?" David looked at the time and asked, "Major, the recruits will arrive around 9 o'clock. You need to change into your military uniform now." Second Lieutenant Mawson reminded. David looked at the time. It wasn't long before 9 o'clock. He nodded and returned to the dormitory. When he walked out again, he had already changed into his field military uniform. There were 2 medals on his chest, a silver star and a gold star. Second Lieutenant Mawson saw the 2 medals. He knew the origin of these 2 medals. Only very few people in the Army had received medals of this level. David and Second Lieutenant Mawson arrived at the gate of the base headquarters together. Transcendent Babington and Transcendent Augustine were already waiting there. They were also wearing military uniforms. David looked at their general military uniforms with envious eyes. The general military uniforms looked much better than the field military uniform he was wearing. "Major David, your 2 medals make the officers of the base sweat," Transcendent Babington said with a smile. Since this was a public place, they couldn't address each other as freely as they did in private. David glanced at the pile of at least 10 medals on the chest of Transcendent Babington and said with a smile, "General, you have a lot of medals on your chest." Next to Transcendent Babington, Transcendent Augustine had more medals on his chest. They almost took up half of his chest. "We have served in the Army for a lifetime. You have only been in the Army for a few days. When I was your age, I was still a low-level Kaji. I was still in school," Transcendent Babington said angrily. The rest of the officers of the base headquarters stood to the side, watching David and Transcendent Babington talk. Although they used military titles, everyone could see that they were close and casual. However, none of these officers thought too much about it. David's strength was recognized in the 4th Frontline Base. Even the 4 Transcendent couldn't compare to the reputation David had built up in this period of time. It should be known that even the 4 Transcendent couldn't enter the insectoid territory alone and bring back a level 3 insectoid corpse. David had brought back 8 level 3 insectoid corpses in the past 3 days, which made David a legend in the 4th frontline base. Even if David wasn't an inspector, he was still recognized as a high-level officer in the 4th frontline base. The Army, especially the Army on Warstar, valued the recognition of strength even more than the recognition of military rank. While Babington Transcendent and Augustine Transcendent were talking softly with David, a loud sound came from the sky. David looked up and saw that the sound came from a large transport warship. This kind of large transport warship usually didn't make such a loud noise when flying. The reason it was so noisy now was because of Worcester's environment. The large transport warship's engine roared madly to move its huge hull. The large transport warship landed in front of the base headquarters. First, Second Lieutenant in an Air Force uniform handed over the procedures to the personnel of the base, and then the large hatch of the transport warship began to open. Under the guidance of the instructor, groups of recruits wearing military exoskeleton armor walked down the warship and began to gather in front of the base headquarters. Transcendent Babington looked at the noisy recruits and frowned. He turned to David and said, "Major David, let's go to the stage together." David nodded. He and the 2 Transcendents stood on the stage that had been set up long ago. This was right in front of the 30,000 recruits. "Quiet," Transcendent Babington said in a deep voice. His voice, supported by the power of the Transcendent, spread to the ears of all the 30,000 recruits. At the same time, it was like a clap of thunder that shook the 30,000 recruits. In an instant, there was no other noise besides the sound of the large transport warship's engine. All the recruits couldn't help but stand up straight and look at the 3 soldiers on the stage. At this time, the large transport warship began to take off. During this process, Transcendent Babington didn't say anything and just looked at the 30,000 recruits. David observed these recruits and found that the quality of these recruits wasn't high. Most of them were junior or junior Kaji. There were very few senior Kaji. This wasn't surprising. Almost all of the ordinary Kaji had forcefully broken through to become Kaji after taking the strengthening potion. Their potential was very low. From today onwards, you are soldiers of the 4th frontline base. The Federation needs your protection. Your families need your protection. You're not only fighting for the Federation, you are also fighting for yourselves. Transcendent Babington said in a deep voice. No matter what kind of mood the 30,000 recruits had, after hearing his words, they couldn't help but straighten their bodies. When Transcendent Babington spoke, he emitted a trace of transcendent power. This trace of transcendent power formed an oppressive force. This oppressive force was nothing to the veterans who had been through war for a long time, but it had a big impact on these rookies. I am General Babington of the 4th Frontline Base. I'm also a Transcendent. This is General Augustine, also a Transcendent. This is Major David, an Inspector of the base. He is also the base's strongest combat force. Transcendent Babington introduced the recruits. When David heard Babington's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't expect Babington to say such a thing. In fact, this wasn't just the thought of Babington Transcendent alone. The entire 4th Frontline Base thought so. When the 30,000 recruits heard Babington Transcendent's introduction, they immediately became excited. Most of these Kaji hadn't had the chance to see a Transcendent before. Now, a Transcendent was standing in front of them, and he was even a subordinate general. A small number of recruits heard that something was wrong. When David was introduced, David's military rank was only introduced. There was no Transcendent behind it, which meant that David wasn't a Transcendent. Soft discussions sounded, and then the discussions became louder. The 30,000 recruits whispered to each other, causing the situation controlled by Babington Transcendent to become chaotic again. Transcendent Babington didn't speak this time. Instead, he turned to look at David. David understood Babington Transcendent's intention. He wanted him to maintain order. Of course, this was what he should do as an inspector. He couldn't refuse. "Quiet," David released his spirit outwards. This technique was learned from Emma. He also added some high-frequency sound wave techniques as he shouted in a deep voice. Unlike Babington Transcendent's shout, which was like a thunderclap, David's shout was like a wooden stick hitting their souls. The 30,000 recruits felt dizzy, and all of them collectively lost their minds for a moment. The recruits who had regained their senses all looked at the ridiculously young major standing on the stage with astonished gazes. These were all armored soldiers, so they could still judge their strength. However, they couldn't understand what kind of power could affect 30,000 recruits and cause them to suffer such an impact. In fact, the power of David's method was at most like this. It was the same as how Emma affected the entire audience by singing. However, David increased the pressure of his voice, which produced a deterrent effect. Transcendent Babington and Transcendent Augustine looked at David differently. Babington Transcendent actually wanted David to come forward. Maintaining order in this kind of situation would greatly increase David's prestige among the recruits. But he didn't expect that David could achieve such a powerful effect without the power of a transcendent. All 30,000 recruits were shocked. At this moment, the 30,000 recruits no longer had any doubts about what Babington Transcendent had said about David being the strongest person in the 4th frontline base. Such a strange method made the recruits fear David. Chapter 483. Due to the arrival of 30,000 new recruits, the headquarters of the 4th Frontline Base became busy. The engineering department quickly built a large number of barracks outside the headquarters. It was David's first time seeing the military's temporary barracks with decent defensive capabilities. The barracks were made up of ready-made modules. After 2 hours of work by Kaji, the alloy barracks that could accommodate 30,000 new recruits had been built. To prevent the invasion of the underground insectoids, not only were there additional scanning equipment underground, there were also thick alloy foundations. David's job was to wear a major's uniform and take turns with the 2 Transcendent to look after the 30,000 new recruits. Although the new recruits had undergone a short period of training, they were far from meeting the military requirements. Therefore, they needed to undergo strict training before entering the battlefield. David and the 2 Transcendent did not need to be involved in the training. It was all done by professional instructors. The 3 of them took turns to look after the recruits because they were worried about accidents. If the 30,000 new recruits stayed in the barracks without any fear, it was very likely that something unexpected would happen. With the 2 Transcendent and the one known as the strongest in the 4th Frontline Base, David, looking after them, the 30,000 new recruits maintained a sense of reverence in their hearts and were able to receive training faster. David wore a custom-made exoskeleton armor and stood on the observation tower of the temporary barracks, looking at the barracks below. Behind him stood 2nd Lieutenant Mawson and 6 Kaji in white exoskeleton armor. These 6 Kaji who followed David had now changed into the exoskeleton armor exclusive to law enforcers, Kaji. The situation in the 4th Frontline Base was very simple in the past. The number of officers who made mistakes was limited. Now that there were 30,000 new recruits, David, who was a direct subordinate of the inspector, had no choice but to change into law enforcer equipment. Although it had only been a short day, the 30,000 new recruits had learned about David from the military Skynet. Although they were both Kaji, David was a terrifying existence that could kill a level 3 insectoid alone. Although many of the new recruits had not seen a level 3 insectoid with their own eyes, they were very familiar with level 3 insectoids. Therefore, the recruits' fear of David didn't decrease just because David was Kaji. Instead, they respected him even more. This was also the reason why Babington Transcendent had allowed David to participate. In other bases, the officers would have had a lot of trouble training new recruits. Every base had a ready-made plan for the training of new recruits, but this time it was different. The base needed to train these new recruits in the shortest amount of time possible. This required the base to think of a way to make the new recruits actively train and not let them have rebellious thoughts. Babington Transcendent was very satisfied with this point. At the very least, after a day, the recruits generally showed extreme cooperation, training actively, and abiding by the rules. Among the 30,000 new recruits, many of the Kaji did not have a good grasp of weapons. This point needed to be tested one by the officers. This task was assigned to each company. All of them had been tested yesterday. The weapons used by these new recruits were very different from yesterday's. When they came yesterday, according to the roster, the number of Kaji who used spears was very small. But today, most of the Kaji who were training were using spears. They had no choice but to change their weapons. Among this batch of new recruits, most of them hadn't even reached proficiency in their weapons. Under these circumstances, even if these new recruits were given grade 2 weapons, they wouldn't be able to truly form a fighting force. Therefore, the new recruits who hadn't reached proficiency in their weapons all changed to spears. Before they received spears, many of the new recruits were against it. Even if their weapon mastery was trash, they were still used to using weapons. After changing to spears, they had to relearn them, which made them very dissatisfied. But after the new recruits saw the spears they were given, they didn't have such thoughts anymore. Although there were very few grade 3 materials used in the standard spears, it was enough to make the new recruits happy. This was a weapon that could break through a grade 3 Zerg's defense. Who wouldn't like it? Even a small number of new recruits who had reached proficiency in their weapons were regretting that they didn't reveal their weapon mastery to be lower during the test. I wonder how many new recruits will survive after this all-out war. David sighed softly. His voice was very soft. Only Second Lieutenant Mawson, behind him, could hear it clearly. "Major, this is war." Second Lieutenant Mawson replied softly. "Yes, this is war." David nodded and said. David looked at these new recruits who were excitedly learning spear mastery from the instructor. These new recruits probably didn't know that the one who died the most was Kaji with the spear. But the army needed Kaji with the spear. In order to protect the world behind them, the Federation needed Kaji with the spear. Second Lieutenant Mawson, tomorrow I'll be going out with Transcendent Augustine. You don't have to follow us. David thought of tomorrow's matter and ordered Second Lieutenant Mawson. "Yes, Major," Second Lieutenant Mawson replied. As an intelligence officer, Second Lieutenant Mawson's first thought after hearing this order was what would require David and Transcendent Augustine to participate in tomorrow. Second Lieutenant Mawson's first thought was the monthly trade fair, but he immediately dismissed this idea. Transcendent Augustine didn't have the qualifications to participate in that kind of trade fair. Even if they did, they wouldn't bring David along. The next morning, David and Transcendent Augustine left in a transport ship. The reason why they didn't fly David's own Wings of Death assault ship was because the Wings of Death assault ship couldn't hold 8 level 3 insectoid corpses. In the cargo hold of the transport ship, 8 level 3 insectoid corpses were placed flat in 8 freezers with their own freezers. These freezers were specially designed for level 3 insectoids and could be adjusted according to the size of the level 3 insectoid corpses. The 8 freezers almost filled up the small transport ship's cargo hold. There was also a large box on the side that contained the items of Transcendent Augustine. "We're almost there. It's very safe here." Transcendent Augustine pointed at a castle in front of them and said. David looked at the castle in front of them. It was also a white castle. "I've seen many castles with different colors. What does this mean?" David asked curiously. "You're quite observant. Many people have been here for a long time without noticing the color of the castles. Black castles are the most commonly seen on Warstar. According to the Federation's evaluation, the owner of the Black Castle has the strength of a Transcendent. Of course, this so-called Transcendent strength refers to the owner of the Black Castle not wearing any equipment while the Transcendent is wearing Transcendent armor." Transcendent Augustine said with a bitter smile. Transcendent Augustine didn't want to admit that the Transcendent strength was inferior to the owner of the Black Castle, but that was the truth. When the owner of the Black Castle wore a full set of equipment, He could drive away normal level 4 insectoids with the help of his knight subordinates. He could even kill normal level 4 insectoids. Transcendent Augustine couldn't do this. Whether it was in terms of equipment or strength, they couldn't injure level 4 insectoids. At the very least, the Transcendent Augustine David had encountered so far didn't have such strength. Transcendent Augustine continued. As for the White Castle, its owner is one rank stronger than the owner of the Black Castle. They're the main force of Warstar against the level 4 insectoids, and they need to deal with the extremely powerful level 4 insectoids. David nodded. He thought of Baron Du Bois and his terrifying strength that day, as well as his heroic figure in killing level 4 insectoids. Baron Du Bois' castle was White Castle. It was no wonder he was so powerful. He was in existence one rank higher than Transcendent Augustine. The Federation's strongest Transcendent Augustine was no match for Baron Du Bois. If Baron Du Bois was in the Federation, he would be the #1 expert in the world. When he thought of this, David felt extremely envious of the great world of God's cultivation method. He understood that if he followed the Federation's cultivation method, no matter how hard he worked or how talented he was, he would only be able to reach the top Transcendent Augustine strength at most. Transcendent Augustine was the Federation's strongest and was the peak of cultivation, but in the great world of God's cultivation system, there was still a path ahead. Transcendent Augustine looked at David's expression and couldn't help but shake his head. When he heard this news back then, he had the same expression as David. However, the great world of God's cultivation system was too closed. People of the Federation couldn't learn it at all. Even people of the great world of God couldn't cultivate without the corresponding bloodline. The transport ship landed outside White Castle. At this moment, there were many people standing outside. Most of these people were Transcendent Augustine, wearing the uniform of a major general. Another one, a Transcendent Augustine, said to the people beside him with a smile as he watched the transport ship land. Everyone standing there had some goods next to them. Some were more, some were less. I wonder what good things there are in this trade fair. Why did it attract so many people? Another Transcendent Augustine said after looking around. You don't know, but it said that there's a quasi-transcendent weapon this time. They brought it here to support the qualified people. A Transcendent Augustine replied. Quasi-transcendent weapons did not appear often. Even the great world of God, quasi-transcendent weapons that could be used by non-bloodline users were extremely rare. The main reason for this was that the materials for the quasi-transcendent weapon were hard to come by. The quasi-transcendent weapon used by the bloodline holders were relatively better, but the materials for the quasi-transcendent weapon that could be traded were extremely hard to come by. In addition to the low success rate of the manufacturing process, only one quasi-transcendent weapon would appear in many trade fairs. Transcendent Augustine disembarked from the spaceship. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many Transcendent around him. Augustine, who are you here to support? A Transcendent asked. I don't support qualified people. I'm here to participate in the trade fair. Transcendent Augustine shook his head and replied with a smile. Transcendent Augustine's words made the Transcendent present burst into laughter. Everyone thought Transcendent Augustine was joking. Everyone knew that after so many years, there were only 10 Federation qualified people participating in the trade fair. Although Transcendent Augustine had many friends, no one believed that he would be qualified to participate in the trade fair. The benefits involved were too great. It would never fall into the hands of Transcendent without a strong background. The hatch of the transport spaceship opened, and David controlled the mechanical arm to move the 8 freezers down, including the big box of Augustine's Transcendent, and placed it outside the door. Augustine, you still say you're not here to support qualified people. The Transcendent who had spoken earlier pointed at the pile of items and laughed. Everyone could see what was inside the freezer. This was a huge investment. It wasn't difficult to obtain rank 3 materials. With many Transcendents working together, they could find a way to kill a rank 3 insectoid. Although there was some risk, the rewards were still good. However, it was not easy to obtain a complete level 3 insectoid carcass. After a level 3 insectoid was killed, it was not something a transcendent could possess alone. It would need to be distributed, and the level 3 insectoid carcass, after being distributed, would not be complete. In addition, it was not easy to force a level 3 insectoid carcass out of an insectoid territory. Therefore, very few transcendent were willing to do so. Normally, they would distribute the spoils on the spot and put them into their respective spatial bracers. Augustine, what do they mean by supporting qualified people? David heard Transcendent Augustine's words and asked softly, not quite understanding. Everyone who has a trading qualification card is called a qualified person. When a particularly important item appears in the trade fair, someone will bring the item to support the qualified person. This allows the qualified person to have more capital to exchange for important items. After doing this, the qualified person will also owe the supporter a favor. In the future, the supporter may ask the qualified person to help him if he needs something. Transcendent Augustine explained with a smile. David heard the word may. In other words, the qualified person may accept the benefits of the supporter, but it was uncertain whether or not he would help the supporter. At the thought of this, he looked at these supporters. These people had brought their treasures here because they wanted to get a favor from someone who was qualified to participate. David did not expect the trading qualification card to be so important. It seemed like the reward Baron Du Bois gave him was much higher than he expected. David did not have much of an impression when he heard the 4 Transcendent Augustines speak in the headquarters. However, seeing so many military Transcendent representatives here, he felt the importance of the trading qualification card. At this moment, the door of White Castle opened, and 4 knights walked out. A knight walked up to David and politely bowed. "Sir David, please show me your trading qualification card. I need to verify it." The knight's voice made the entire area quiet down. They all looked at David with bewilderment. When David approached White Castle, the White Castle had sent the trading qualification card. After Baron Du Bois sent the trading qualification card, David's information was also sent here. This was a necessary procedure. Without authentication, other people wouldn't be able to use the trading qualification card, even if they had it. Snatching the trading qualification card was equivalent to becoming an enemy of the great world of God. This was not something the military could interfere with, and they could only let the great world of God take revenge. Chapter 484. Every member of the Federation who held a trading qualification card had a deep relationship with an important family in the great world of God. The trading qualification card was a symbol, but the person who held the trading qualification card was the one who held it. The trading qualification card could be inherited and delegated. This required the approval of the original holder, and the original holder could take back the rights at any time. Of course, the trading qualification card could be taken back. In the history of the trade fair, there have been dozens of qualified people, but some of these qualified people did not leave behind any successors. The trading qualification card automatically lost its effect after the death of the original holder. There were also some qualified people who had conflicts with the great world of God that issued the trading qualification card, and their previous friendship was no longer there. Even more qualified people had committed fraud and were listed as untrustworthy by the great world of God, losing their trading qualification. However, in the past 100 years, the 10 qualified people had almost never changed. On one hand, every qualified person would do their best to maintain their relationship with the family that issued the trading qualification card to prevent their relationship from diluting. On the other hand, the Federation's laws had also specifically formulated a law for the trading qualification card, allowing for multiple successors. This law had also been approved by the great world of God, so it was almost impossible for the holder to lose the right to inherit the card due to accidental death. The Federation did not want to reduce the number of qualified people at the trade fair, because the trade goods obtained from the great world of God had a great effect on the Federation's top combat power, and the top transcendent had a lot of say in the Federation. This is my trading qualification card, David said with a smile as he took out the trading qualification card in his hand. The knight did not take the trading qualification card. It was just a formality. Lord David, it has been confirmed that you can bring your entourage into the trade fair, the knight said with an inviting gesture. What about my items? David asked as he pointed at the 8 freezers. Please don't worry. We will bring them into the trade fair for you. You have a special space in the hall, and these items will be placed there. The knight replied, Augustine, let's go in. David nodded and turned to Augustine Transcendent. Everyone, I'll be going in first. Augustine smiled at the Transcendents who had mocked him earlier. Augustine, we even fought together. Can we get together after the trade fair? A Transcendent asked loudly. This Transcendent seemed to be very familiar with the Transcendent Augustine, for he took the initiative to extend the invitation. Before the Transcendent of Augustine could reply, the other Transcendent of the Transcendent of Augustine began to send out invitations. There were too many people who were familiar with the Transcendent of Augustine. Let's talk about it later. The trade fair is about to begin. Transcendent Augustine saw the situation and did not dare to say anything more. He quickly took his leave. How could Transcendent Augustine not see that these fellows weren't trying to invite him? They were trying to get to know David through him. David only had one qualification to be a follower. What good would it do him to help other Transcendents obtain the qualification to be a follower? David and Transcendent Augustine walked through the door together. The knight waved his hand and called for some servants to move the 8 freezers and the large chest inside. Once they entered, they were greeted with the same environment as Baron Du Bois' castle. The world outside and the world inside were 2 completely different worlds. Of course, the layout here was different from Baron Du Bois. There was a pond with a wooden bridge over it. It was hard to imagine that such a pond could be set up on Warstar. Only a sealed environment like this could keep the pond intact. Otherwise, given the climate on Warstar, the pond would dry up in just a few days. Walking on the wooden bridge, Chun Hung could smell a delicate fragrance coming from the wood. The water under the bridge was extremely clear, and he could see the aquatic plants and various fish swimming in the water. A few aquatic flowers poked out of the water, adding a tinge of red to the environment. The world outside the castle was desolate, but the world inside the castle was full of vitality. Even Augustine, a Transcendent who had seen a lot, was looking around curiously. Past the wooden bridge was a meadow. He didn't know what kind of meadow it was, but there was probably someone taking care of it. The meadow was emerald green, and it was very pleasing to the eye. Stepping on the meadow, Chun Hung arrived at the main entrance of the castle hall. He walked up the stairs and could see the layout of the hall. The hall was very large, and there were a few items piled up at the edges. From their packaging, it could be seen that they belonged to the Federation. A long table had been placed in the center of the hall. Based on the layout David had seen in Baron Du Bois' castle, this place lacked a chair, which made the layout of the hall rather strange. But when he thought about how this was a trading ground, it was quite normal. There were already a dozen people in the hall. Some of them were chatting, while others were far away from each other. It was as if they were separated by several factions. Oh, there's actually a newcomer. Seeing David walk in, a beautiful woman said with a chuckle. David glanced at the woman. It was clear that she had taken good care of herself. He couldn't tell her age, but from her aura, he could tell that she was a female Transcendent. I haven't heard of anything big happening recently. Why would a trading qualification card be given out? Another person said, My name is Claudia, and I'm one of the 10 qualified people. Welcome to our group. The beautiful woman who had spoken just now walked in front of David and introduced herself. David noticed that when Claudia Transcendent approached, some people looked at him with inquisitive gazes. My name is David, and I'm a newcomer. I'll need everyone to take care of me. David said with a smile, You are indeed a newcomer, and very young. I don't know if you have a girlfriend. Do you want me to introduce one to you? Claudia Transcendent said enthusiastically to David. Claudia, go ahead. What's the point of introducing him? A male Transcendent on the side mocked. Homer, shut up. I wouldn't want someone like you even if you gave me one. Claudia, transcendent, turned her head and shouted angrily at the transcendent named Homer. Claudia, I'm afraid that you don't know who Master David is. You're not qualified to rope him in. Another old man said indifferently. This old man didn't have the aura of a cultivator. He should be an ordinary person, but he didn't fear Claudia transcendent at all. He didn't have the slightest bit of respect when he spoke. Although it was only for a moment, David noticed that the people here were all in conflict with each other. His addition attracted the interest of Claudia transcendent. She wanted to rope him into her sphere of influence. Adolphus turned to David and introduced himself with a smile. Cater Starfield's Bayman Financial Group's Adolphus. Greetings, Master David. I hope that we can cooperate more. David had heard of the Bayman Financial Group before. Although the Bayman Financial Group was a super financial group in the Cater Starfield, its sphere of influence was far beyond the Cater Starfield. It was a super financial group that crossed starfields. Mr. Adolphus, do you know me? David asked curiously. Although David was very famous, he was not so famous that he could be recognized as soon as he arrived. Even an ordinary person like Adolphus could recognize him. It wouldn't be strange if Claudia transcendent recognized him. His reputation was mainly spread among combatants. Master David's business in the Cater Starfield isn't small. The Bayman Financial Group has a lot of cooperation with your business. Adolphus said with a smile. Although it was vague, David immediately understood that Adolphus was talking about the Tordo Fund. David owned 70% of the Tordo Fund's shares, and under the control of President Krieb, the shares continued to increase. If the 70% shares were in the hands of many people in the past, it wouldn't be easy to dilute the shares of the minority shareholders under mutual restrictions. However, President Krieb was now the agent of the 70% shares. He used his power to slowly manipulate the shares, and the minority shareholders couldn't resist at all. President Krieb's goal was to take back the shares of the minority shareholders who didn't help the Tordo Fund, except for some shares related to important interests. Although David didn't care much about the Tordo Fund, the reports were constantly sent to his identity bracelet. I also hope to have more cooperation with the Bayman Financial Group. David didn't deny the Tordo Fund and replied with a smile. The rest of the people were a little dissatisfied when they saw that David and Adolphus were chatting happily. The competition between the various forces in the hall had always been there. If Adolphus had another ally, it would have a great impact on the balance that had been established before. Transcendent Claudia was especially dissatisfied. She had tried to rope in David first, but David had built a relationship with Adolphus. This made her feel that the others were looking at her with ridicule. Master David, I don't know what kind of master you are. I forgot to introduce myself just now. I'm the Transcendent of Dorpo Arms. I hope you can consider cooperating with Dorpo Arms. Transcendent Claudia said in a deep voice. Transcendent Claudia's tone had a hint of threat. In her opinion, a lucky guy who wasn't even a Transcendent wouldn't dare to go against Dorpo Arms, even if he was rich. David stopped talking with Adolphus and looked at Transcendent Claudia, and asked, Transcendent Claudia, what do you mean? Transcendent Claudia's eyes flashed with warning as she said, if you're not a friend, then you'll be an enemy. You have to think carefully. As soon as Transcendent Claudia finished her sentence, she felt a chill run down her spine, as if she was being targeted by danger. Transcendent Claudia looked at David in disbelief. She knew that this feeling came from David. It was a more direct warning, warning her that David was not to be trifled with. Transcendent Claudia hadn't participated in many battles. She was able to become a Transcendent because of her status as a qualified person. With a large amount of resources, she was very lucky to become a Transcendent. However, Transcendent Claudia's combat ability was very limited. She was at the bottom of the hierarchy among Transcendent. David had sensed this when he entered the hall. However, David didn't understand what gave Transcendent Claudia the confidence to threaten him. After David was threatened by Transcendent Claudia, he activated his mental thread. At the same time, he didn't hide his killing intent. He connected his mental thread to Transcendent Claudia's vitals. No matter how weak Transcendent Claudia was, she was still a Transcendent. Of course, she could sense danger. Transcendent Claudia, you should feel lucky that this is the castle of the great world of God. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Transcendent Augustine coldly looked at Transcendent Claudia. Transcendent Augustine was stating a fact. A terrifying existence that had hunted 8 rank 3 insectoids in 3 days could easily kill a Transcendent without much combat ability. Transcendent Homer, I wonder if the dope munitions behind you can stop David's attack. Transcendent Claudia, who had previously mocked Transcendent Claudia, said with a smile. Transcendent Claudia's follower, standing beside her, found David's information through the military Skynet. He hurriedly whispered something to Transcendent Claudia. At this moment, the servants brought in the 8 freezers and large boxes that David had brought and placed them on the empty seats in the hall. Transcendent Nimitz looked at the 8 freezers and asked David with a smile, Master David, I am Transcendent Nimitz from the military. These are the 8 rank 3 insectoids that you spent 3 days hunting, right? Transcendent Nimitz was a lieutenant general. After listening to his introduction, David naturally understood how he knew that he had spent 3 days hunting. David did not hide the fact that he had hunted rank 3 insectoids. The people here did not know, but because it had not been long, the news had not spread. In addition, the news was spread through Skynet by soldiers in the military. The credibility of the news was not high. People in high positions would not believe such rumors before they received confirmation. However, the military would definitely confirm it. Although David had hunted privately, there was no corresponding military reward. Transcendent Nimitz's words caused the hall to fall silent. Everyone looked at David in shock. A powerhouse who could hunt 8 rank 3 insectoids in 3 days was worthy of everyone's respect. Transcendent Claudia's expression changed. She had just seen David's information, and after hearing the news from Transcendent Nimitz, she panicked. He had destroyed a super organization, killed many Transcendent, and could now hunt rank 3 insectoids. She could not afford to offend him. In fact, if she really offended David, Dopa Military Arms would definitely hand her over to David. I'm sorry, Master David. My tone wasn't good just now. Transcendent Claudia apologized with a red face. David nodded. He was not prepared to become enemies with Transcendent Claudia over such a small matter. The organizations behind the 10 qualified people or agents here were not simple. It was better to get along peacefully if possible. The atmosphere in the hall changed strangely after Transcendent Nimitz's words. Everyone was friendly to David. Chapter 485. More people came into the hall. They also brought boxes with them. Not everyone here was a Transcendent. Even the Transcendent with a spatial wrist guard would not be able to store items that were too large in size in the spatial wrist guard. Slowly, the number of people in the hall reached 22, the total number of people who had the right to participate. The venerable Viscount Marbray has arrived. It was the appointed time for the trade fair, and an old man in the uniform of a butler walked in. He glanced at the hall and loudly announced. Following the butler's announcement, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked in from the side door of the hall. He wore a hat inlaid with golden threads and rainbow-colored feathers, as well as a pair of exquisite leather boots adorned with jewels. Viscount Marbray smiled as he entered the hall, his eyes sweeping over everyone. He could not be more familiar with these people. As a Viscount, he was also very dissatisfied that he had been placed in charge of the trade fair at Warstar. In the great world of God, Viscount Marbray lived a very happy life. The food, authority, and even the climate were 1,000 times better than here. But who told him to accidentally break through and be sent to Warstar? Every time he thought of this matter, he would regret it. If he had known this would happen, he would not have broken through. It was probably because Viscount Marbray did not have any ambitions that he had been placed in charge of the trade fair. Although the trade fair had a limited number of items to be traded each month, it was a position that allowed him to establish relations with the Interstellar Federation. Many people in the great world of God coveted this position. If a suitable person was not found to be in charge, the trade fair might become a trading ground for power. Good morning, everyone. Viscount Marbray took off his hat, waved it around, and bowed slightly. Greetings, Viscount Marbray. Everyone in the hall returned the greeting, their voices uneven. Viscount Marbray turned his gaze to David, his smile becoming more sincere. Viscount Marbray walked up to David and smiled. This must be Mr. David. Baron Du Bois is a good friend of mine, and I watched Miller grow up. You can call me uncle like Miller. David couldn't help but stare blankly. He hadn't expected that the host of the trade fair, Viscount Marbray, was actually a good friend of Baron Du Bois. Uncle Marball, you could just call me by my name, David. David naturally wouldn't reject Marble's kind intentions and bowed. Viscount Marborough was an expert on the same level as Baron Du Bois. David didn't want to go against Viscount Marborough in front of so many people. Furthermore, being able to befriend such a powerhouse was something that he could not wish for more. David, what did you bring? Let me take a look. Marbray continued, ignoring the others. At this moment, the way the other qualified people looked at David had changed. Could this be considered cheating? He had immediately established a relationship with the host of the Great World of God trade fair the moment he entered. However, when they thought about David's information and strength, none of them wanted to become enemies with David. As long as they couldn't directly kill David, the consequences would be David's revenge. The severity of David's revenge could be seen from the forces that were enemies of David. Uncle Du Bois gave me a trading qualification card not long before the start of the trade fair, so I could only hunt down 8 rank 3 insectoids nearby. However, I can guarantee that these rank 3 insectoids are all intact. David pointed at the 8 freezers on the ground and introduced them. None of the people who came here today brought freezers. His 8 freezers were very eye-catching. After so many years of trading, the qualified people had already tacitly agreed on a distribution plan. The trading items they brought wouldn't be repeated, and they would be easily obtained by their own forces. For example, it wasn't that these forces couldn't obtain the complete corpses of rank 3 insectoids, but that the trade was held once a month. The interval between each trade made it very difficult for the Transcendent to successfully hunt down so many rank 3 insectoids every time. Thus, these forces had better choices and didn't need to use a more laborious method to trade items. Not bad, but it's a pity you don't have a bloodline. Viscount Marber sighed as he looked at the 8 freezers. Viscount Marber was very surprised that David could hunt down 8 rank 3 insectoids in a short 3 days. However, he could clearly see the condition of David's body with his perception. David was only a Pete Kaji, but his mind was very valiant. If this kind of person was in the great world of God, even a commoner would be able to become an alchemist that all forces would fight over. With David's body, being able to kill rank 3 insectoids meant that he had some kind of special talent. Viscount Marber felt it was a pity. If this kind of talent appeared in someone with a bloodline in the great world of God, any force would definitely go all out to nurture them. Master, the trade fair should be starting soon. The old butler softly reminded Viscount Marber. Only then did Viscount Marber look at the people in the hall and nod to the old butler. Bring up the first item. The old butler clapped his hands, and a knight walked in from the side door. The knight held a rank 3 heavy axe in his hand. He placed the heavy axe on the long table and left the hall. This heavy axe has the sharpness rune added to it. It can be used 3 times a day to increase the sharpness grade of the heavy axe to rank 4. The old butler solemnly explained. With a boom, the hall seemed to explode. No one would have thought that the first item of the trade fair would be a quasi-transcendent weapon heavy axe. Heavy axes had a special meaning among transcendents. Heavy axes were weapons that focused on brute force. Most transcendent members liked these violent weapons. Aside from Warstar, the majority of Kaji members in other regions also used heavy axes. From this, it could be seen just how popular heavy axes were in the Interstellar Federation. However, the great world of God would rarely trade a quasi-transcendent weapon like the Federation. This was a quasi-transcendent weapon that could be activated 3 times a day. Normal quasi-transcendent weapons could only be activated once. Not to mention the sharpness effect. While the other effects were decent, only the sharpness effect was the most practical when dealing with powerful insectoids. This was because rank 3 and 4 insectoids were resistant to other special effects, so the duration of the effects was very short. Some special effects could not even be used on the insectoids. For example, when fighting against a rank 4 insectoid, a powerful special effect would be used on the rank 4 insectoid. The rank 4 insectoid would just stand there and not move, and no transcendent will be able to break through its defenses with a rank 3 weapon. The sharpness effect was different. With the sharpness effect, the weapon's sharpness would reach rank 4 for 2 seconds, allowing it to break through the defenses of a rank 4 insectoid. At the very least, it would be able to cause damage to a rank 4 insectoid. Butler Lytton, what kind of items do we need to trade for this quasi-transcendent weapon? Claudia Transcendent was the first to ask. Her question was what everyone wanted to know. They did not know what kind of price they would have to pay to obtain this quasi-transcendent weapon. Some people were even prepared to leave the castle and borrow some items from their supporters if they did not have enough to trade. David was also a little envious. He did not know how other people would be affected by this rank 3 heavy axe with the sharpness effect, but for a heavy axe grandmaster like himself, his strength would be greatly increased if he obtained this heavy axe. In the future, when he went to assassinate a rank 3 insectoid, he would not take the risk. He would directly activate the sharpness effect, add extreme speed, strength shock, strength boost, and strength overlap, and use the poisoned rank 3 heavy axe to attack. David did not even need to activate Charge Strike to instantly kill a rank 3 insectoid. The rank 4 sharpness would cause a lot of damage to a rank 3 insectoid. Adding on the stack of abilities, instantly killing it would not be a problem. However, David immediately showed a helpless expression. A quasi-transcendent weapon of this level was not something someone like him, who was not prepared, could trade. Although David brought 8 rank 3 insectoid corpses, he believed that the value of the items brought by the qualified people would be much higher than his. David did not know what the great world of God needed the most in the trade with the great world of God, but the qualified people here knew very well. This sharp, heavy axe will be traded for 8 complete rank 3 insectoid corpses. 8 rank 3 insectoid corpses must be approved by the owner of the sharp, heavy axe. Butler Lytton said with a smile. Butler Lytton's words caused the hall to become silent. When everyone heard this, they could not help but look at David and Viscount Marlborough, who was standing beside David. Everyone had their guesses. Wasn't this condition set up for David? Moreover, you set it up so obviously. Aren't you being too much of a bully? However, although everyone was cursing in their hearts, they did not dare to say it out loud. With Viscount Marlborough's strength and status, he was already giving them a lot of face by standing there with them. In the past, there had been cases of people being thrown out because they were dissatisfied with a trade, so no one dared to offend Viscount Marlborough. I wonder who the owner of the sharp, heavy axe is? Transcendent Claudia asked unwillingly. Everyone present was very powerful. If they really needed it, they could borrow 8 rank 3 insectoid corpses from the military. Although they would owe a huge favor, it was still worth it for this sharp, heavy axe. However, Butler Lytton said that the 8 rank 3 insectoid corpses needed to be approved by the owner of the sharp, heavy axe. The owner of this sharp, heavy axe is the Honorable Baron Du Bois. The Honorable Baron Du Bois has entrusted my master, the Honorable Viscount Marlborough, to trade on his behalf. Butler Lytton said as he bowed towards Viscount Marlborough. Transcendent Claudia no longer had any intention of speaking. She had completely extinguished the idea of getting this sharp, heavy axe. Right now, everyone in the hall could see that this sharp, heavy axe was specially prepared for David. As for the name Baron Du Bois, Viscount Marlborough had just mentioned it to David. Moreover, David had called Baron Du Bois uncle. This was just a gift from his uncle. Otherwise, if he wanted to trade 8 rank 3 insectoid corpses for this sharp, heavy axe, not to mention the craftsmanship, he probably wouldn't even be able to get the materials. David was also stunned. This sharp, heavy axe that he had no hope of getting was actually specially prepared for him by Baron Du Bois. In fact, this sharp, heavy axe was something that Baron Du Bois had specially requested a master alchemist from Warstar to make. Moreover, because Baron Du Bois had personally made an appearance, the master alchemist had also gone all out to maximize the efficiency of the materials to make this third-grade heavy axe that could be used 3 times a day. Since Baron Du Bois had recognized David as his nephew, he naturally had to take care of him. David's weapon of choice was actually a federal military rank 3 heavy axe, so it was still owned by the military. This was something that Baron Du Bois had taken note of, which was why he had this sharp, heavy axe. David, I see that your 8 rank 3 insectoid corpses are pretty good. You should take this sharp, heavy axe. Viscount Marlborough was very direct and didn't try to hide anything. Thank you, Uncle Marlborough, David said with gratitude in his heart. Don't be greedy for this sharp, heavy axe. It's not something that should appear in this trade fair in the first place. I'm sure you all know the reason why it's only a temporary addition. I hope that you all will remember to keep this a secret for David. If I hear that the characteristics of this sharp, heavy axe are spread outside, then I won't be able to guarantee the quality of the items that appear in the trade fair later on. Viscount Marlborough said indifferently to everyone present. Although David was very famous and could even kill rank 3 insectoids, he was still only a peak Kaji. If he was ambushed, he would still be in trouble. The characteristics of this sharp, heavy axe were also far beyond a normal quasi-transcendent weapon, which was why Viscount Marlborough had given such a warning. Besides, the more mysterious a quasi-transcendent weapon was, the more effective it would be in battle. This point could be seen from the fact that many people who had seen the true power of a quasi-transcendent weapon in the hands of a transcendent weapon had been killed. A knight walked into the hall and took the 8 freezers away. This was equivalent to the end of the trade. David walked to the long table and took the sharp, heavy axe from Butler Lytton. He saw a small symbol on the handle of the sharp, heavy axe. It was the family crest of Baron Du Bois. Young Master David, the crest on the sharp, heavy axe represents a powerful family. Even a knight in the great world of God has to give face to this family. Also, the grudge between you and the intelligence agency has been resolved. They won't do anything else. Butler Lytton said to David in an extremely soft voice. Chapter 486. Hearing Butler Lytton's words, David felt even more grateful to Baron Du Bois. If Butler Lytton hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known that Baron Du Bois had done this for him. The enmity between David and the great world of God's intelligence organization in the Interstellar Federation had started when David was still very weak. The two sides constantly clashed. Although David always had the upper hand, it was all because the intelligence organization didn't pay enough attention to him. If it wasn't a single knight that came that day, but a team of knights, David wouldn't have been able to win. Not to mention, the individual strength of the great world of God far exceeded that of the Interstellar Federation. Even if he could avoid it once, he would one day suffer a setback. Thank you, David said to Butler Lytton. Under everyone's envious gazes, he carried this sharp, heavy axe on his back and returned to Transcendent Augustine and Viscount Marlborough's side. Even a shield-wielding Transcendent Augustine couldn't help but lightly touch the sharp, heavy axe on David's back. A weapon of this level was the dream of any Kaji or Transcendent. The following transaction naturally had nothing to do with David. He didn't have anything to trade with, so he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Viscount Marlborough looked at David and said with a smile, "David, if there's anything you like, just tell me. I'll get it for you in the next transaction." Viscount Marlborough had dealt with the Interstellar Federation for too long. He knew that the people of the Federation especially desired some items from the great world of God. "Uncle Marlborough, thank you, but I don't need it for now." David didn't want to continue bothering Viscount Marlborough. Only such a powerful person of favor made him feel a little uneasy. Potions that increased physique, one-time use magic talismans, ores, and so on were all items that were traded in the great world of God. David didn't know the attributes of many of these items, so he was mostly observing and learning. Below is a blinding magic amulet. There's no need to say more about its function. You can bid now. Butler Lytton put a small box on the long table, opened it, and said, inside the small box was a circular magic amulet, very similar to the weakening amulet that David had obtained before. This is my first time attending a trade fair. Butler Lytton, can you take a look at the items I've brought and see if I can exchange them for this blinding magic amulet? Transcendent Augustine, who had been silent all this while, spoke after seeing the blinding amulet. After Transcendent Augustine spoke, the others who were about to speak suddenly fell silent. They didn't know if Transcendent Augustine wanted to exchange for the blinding magic amulet himself or David. If David wanted to exchange for the blinding magic amulet, would they make a move to snatch it from David? Of course, David's dissatisfaction wasn't a big deal. In their minds, this small matter wouldn't cause David to have a violent reaction. However, these people had to consider Viscount Marber's attitude. Viscount Marber was not a person who was easy to talk to. His temper was notoriously bad. Although Viscount Marber was standing next to David and whispering to David from time to time, he would usually disappear after showing up at the trade fair. Only when trouble arose at the trade fair would he appear in time to drive the troublesome parties away. Ever since Viscount Marber started hosting the trade fair, the order of the trade fair had become extremely harmonious. This was also why the 10 qualified people would discuss the distribution of the items. Originally, once a vicious competition appeared in the hall, it would be driven away if it went a little overboard. This made them have no choice but to change. Slowly, the situation became what it was now. It's the person young Master David came with. Open the box and let me see. Butler Lytton said to Transcendent Augustine with a smile. Transcendent Augustine opened the box and revealed the items inside. There were quite a lot of items, but they weren't worth much in the eyes of the other 20 people. To be honest, the items in the box could only be considered ordinary. There were quite a lot of them, but it wasn't easy to trade for a blinding magic amulet under normal circumstances. Butler Lytton nodded and said, "That's enough. If the others don't have any objections, let's complete the trade." Butler Lytton raised his head and looked at the people in the hall. There was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. His seemingly ordinary expression was faintly threatening. The rest of them knew what Butler Lytton meant. They glanced at Viscount Marbre and discovered that Viscount Marbre was chatting happily with David. Under these circumstances, who would take the initiative to compete for this blinding magic amulet? If no one wants to compete, this blinding magic amulet is this gentleman's. Butler Lytton quickly completed the trade. A knight stepped forward and took away the big box. Transcendent Augustine also stepped forward to take back the blinding magic amulet. "David, here you go." Transcendent Augustine returned to David's side and handed the blinding magic amulet to David. "This is for me?" David was slightly surprised and couldn't help but ask. Transcendent Augustine said seriously, "We made you lose a blinding magic amulet, so we pooled our money together. The items for the trade are from the 4 of us. We can't let you suffer with us." David's arrival had made the defense line a lot safer, and the daily losses had been greatly reduced. In particular, David had entered the defensive line to kill level 3 insectoids, causing the frequency of the insectoids' attacks to be greatly reduced. Although this had something to do with the level 4 insectoid's death, it was also due to the fact that too many level 3 insectoids had been killed. As the transcendent guardian of the 4th frontline base, he might not be of any help to David, but he could not let David suffer any losses. Therefore, the 4 transcendent members decided to use the opportunity of participating in the trade fair to compensate David with a magic talisman. To be honest, it was hard to say whether or not the items they had prepared could be exchanged for a magic talisman. If it wasn't for the transcendent Augustine who used the shock David brought to everyone and proposed a trade, it would have been very difficult for these items to be traded. David silently took the blinding talisman. These transcendents were his comrades, and it was not a good time to reject them in such a situation. When everyone saw the transcendent Augustine give the blinding talisman to David, they couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. If they had fought over it just now, it would have been troublesome. After that, David and the transcendent Augustine became bystanders. The great world of God did not take out many items in the trade fair, only about 40 or so. David found that these items were traded very evenly. Almost everyone traded twice, and there were very few bids. Even if there were, they would immediately give up after 1 or 2 bids. The Federation's items were also mostly Federation specialties. There were all kinds of special materials, Federation potions, minerals, wood, metals, and so on. The trade fair ended very quickly. The 40 or so items were all traded in about 2 hours. David and the transcendent Augustine were the last to leave. He needed to bid farewell to Viscount Marbray. After he walked out of the castle, he saw the 10 qualified people with the qualification card waiting outside the castle. Their items would be sent back, and the other people who accompanied them had already left. They were waiting for David here. "Master David, can you find a place to sit?" Lieutenant General Nimitz said to David with a smile. "Of course." David agreed with a smile. Seeing that these qualified people were here, he naturally knew that they wanted to discuss something with him. When he saw the orderly scene in the trade fair, David knew that these qualified people had some kind of tacit understanding with each other. "Transcendent Augustine, please wait here for a while. We need a private space," Lieutenant General Nimitz said to the Transcendent Augustine. The Transcendent Augustine nodded and gestured to David, indicating that he needed to be called. Although the Transcendent Augustine understood that these people would not do anything to David, he still had to make his position clear. The 11 of them sat in the conference room of Adolphus's luxurious spaceship. This luxurious spaceship was parked not far from the castle. "Master David, everyone sitting here is the owner of the qualification card. At the same time, we're also a loose alliance. The reason we're in this alliance is to avoid malicious competition." Lieutenant General Nimitz first introduced everyone present. From David's point of view, the 10 people here were not as incompatible as they were in the castle. Instead, they were very harmonious. In the past, the qualified people competed with each other during trade, turning the trade with the great world of God into an auction. Malicious competition caused us to take out more items, but we could only exchange for less items from the great world of God. This allowed the great world of God to take advantage of us for no reason. After many rounds of malicious competition, the value of the items from the great world of God skyrocketed to the point where it became difficult for us to trade. At that time, we had many discussions and finally formed the current alliance, the Trade Alliance, Lieutenant General Nimitz continued. "Now that Master David has joined the list of qualified people, we hope that you can also join the Trade Alliance and abide by the agreement of the alliance." Adolphus continued. After Adolphus finished speaking, the 10 qualified people all looked at David, waiting for David's reply. Can you show me the agreement of the alliance first?" David asked speechlessly as he looked at the 10 qualified people. Hearing David's words, the 10 qualified people all relaxed. As long as David agreed to negotiate, there would be hope. "Of course, I'll send it to you," Adolphus quickly said. After he finished speaking, he used his identity bracelet to send a document to David. David received the document and began to read it. The document explained in detail the profit distribution of the Trade Alliance. All the qualified people would gather the items together and then distribute the items provided by the great world of God before every trade fair. The reason why Claudia Transcendent brought up the issue of the blinding amulet was because it was originally planned to be traded by Claudia Transcendent. Augustine Transcendent's sudden move was equivalent to stealing the benefits of Claudia Transcendent. A blinding amulet was enough to allow a Transcendent to escape with his life in a dangerous situation. No one would complain about having too much of such a life-saving item. The qualified people present were very worried about the relationship between David and Viscount Marbray. If Viscount Marbray found out about this trade alliance, it would most likely be greatly affected. However, they had no choice but to invite David into the trade alliance. Otherwise, with David's casual trading, their trade alliance would no longer exist. Of course, They were most worried about whether David would join the trade alliance because David's relationship with Viscount Marlborough was not normal. David could directly call him uncle, and Viscount Marlborough could directly open the back door for David without caring about the consequences. All of these actions were enough for David to gain a lot of benefits without having to join the trade alliance. Therefore, the 10 qualified people were all looking at David's expression, trying to see if there was anything strange. David raised his own opinion. This agreement is very fair, but I don't know if I can come to the trade alliance every time. David could not guarantee that he would have time to come to the trade alliance every time. He was a combatant of the 4th frontline base. If there was a battle on the front line, he would not have time to come. Adolphus said without any hesitation, "Master David, you can actually find an agent to do the trade for you." Also, the development of the Tordo Fund has been at a bottleneck since a long time ago. Ever since the last incident, it has not been able to attract any transcendent to join. If you can appoint the agent to be the Tordo Fund, then I believe the Tordo Fund will have a huge leap in development. Adolphus and the others here would rather have a normal qualified person than an uncontrollable qualified person. That was why Adolphus made such a suggestion. David looked at the 10 qualified people and said in a deep voice, "All right, I hope my benefits can be guaranteed. If everyone here can guarantee it, then I'll join the trade alliance." David did not want to be too special. Although Viscount Marlborough would definitely take care of him because of Baron Dubois' face, it was either David or Marlborough. However, this favor would either fall on David or Baron Dubois. This was not something David wanted to see. Right now, he did not have the strength to help Viscount Marlborough. This kind of one-sided care was unacceptable to him. Joining the trade alliance was also to get along peacefully with the 10 qualified people. These 10 qualified people all had powerful forces behind them, and their influence was also huge. Adolphus stood up and laughed. "Master David, you can find a representative to discuss the details with our representatives. I believe we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future." The other qualified people also stood up and applauded to welcome David. The details of the agreement naturally needed to be discussed by someone. They were in charge of the direction, so they did not need to ask about the details. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.